Fridays at the stick. From who's got it better than us to brick by brick. It's always the 49ers way, from off-season to game day. Yeah, we talk back. It's the 49ers Cutback.
It's 49ers Cutback Podcast time. Welcome to day 2 of the draft. The 49ers are finally on the board. Not exactly on the clock. It's going to be a long while until the 49ers get to pick 99 unless they decide to trade up. What's up to everyone joining in chat? How's it going? And Freddie McDre said, hey, there's lots of good players, and there is. I have a 75 player list right here on my big board of players that are available for the San Francisco 49ers. As the draft picks happen, I'm sure a lot of these names are going to go off. But what's up, Spy Nick Danger? How's it going? This is going to be a fun one. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to be here the entire time, rounds 2 and 3. And we know we're on the long wait for the 49ers, potentially waiting until pick 99, the end of the third round. But we're going to have a lot of fun conversation. So let's just have that talk back and forth, talk players available and players the 49ers could definitely draft. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm excited about overall what's going to happen with this, with this 49ers draft. I think they're going to get some really good players, and I'm excited about it. So hopefully we get the guys we want, right? Because there are a lot of good players out there that the 49ers could definitely draft. And let's go through a little bit of the list of the players that are available for the San Francisco 49ers here. I mean, these players are probably going to go off the board, but a player like Sam Laporta is still available. So the 49ers could, potentially trade up. We know they're looking to upgrade tight end. There's a lot of really good tight ends, and there was tight ends that fell from the first round. And so Michael Mayer a lot of people thought he was a top 15 pick. He's still available here in round 2. So does that mean the tight ends are going to kind of push down as everyone sees how deep it is and doesn't have to strike at the position? I think it's something that's really interesting. And the 49ers potentially could go with 2 tight ends in this draft. So maybe they're going to find someone early and often. But Sam Laporta, let's see where he falls. He's one of the top guys on my draft list. Another guy, we've seen edge rusher be something that, a lot of teams took advantage of. Yesterday, the Jets went Will McDonald early, and that was a little bit interesting, and it allowed the Eagles to strike later on a very, very good pass rusher. So the 49ers still have edge rushers, and Byron Young's available. Zach Harrison's still available. There's a lot of really good ones out there. I look for there to be a lot of movement in the edge rush department when we get into the second round. I think some of these guys that people are really high on are going to go early probably, but we'll see. And Forktail says, I'm bummed Goodell isn't announcing picks anymore. It cracks me up how he gets booed literally every time. He does. He absolutely just gets bashed every single time, and it's definitely fun to watch. I think we're going to have some really good players available at several positions, and I'm excited to see, who these guys are going to be for the 49ers, because I think there's going to be some good ones that they're going to be able to get today. I am curious if they sit pat or if they, go out and trade up, trade back. Last year was the first year they weren't aggressive. Now, John Lynch talked about the fact they planned on being aggressive. It just didn't materialize for them. So maybe they'll be able to trade up this year, make a couple of moves that they really want to make. And, let's talk some of these edge rushers that the 49ers, still have potentially on the board that could be available for them. Of course, Isaiah Foskey, the former De La Salle prospect, and then Notre Dame, he's still available. BJ Ojolari out of LSU, Adabari out of Northwestern, Keon White. I expect Keon White to go in the first 10 picks of the second round. Those guys, Derek Hall, who's a lot of people are huge fans of. I like Derek Hall. I'm not as high on him. I think he's a little bit more of a stiff athlete, but I definitely like him, and he's got tremendous value in the second round. And then Andre Carter at Army. What exactly is he? That's a question. Then we get to Zach Harrison, the freak athlete, 6'6", the huge wingspan, absolutely fantastic. DJ Johnson out of Oregon, speed guy off the edge. 49ers met with him. Byron Young, who I think a lot of people are fans of out of Tennessee. So you see a lot of talent there. And as we get into the third round, who's still on the board and how does that affect guys like Isaiah McGuire, KJ Henry as we get to the late 3, early 4 range? I think those are going to be all interesting things that I'm looking forward to seeing in this draft for sure. What's up, Randy Daytona? How's it going? Randy Daytona in the house. Yeah, I'm excited to hang out as well. We'll be hanging out all day today, rounds 2 and 3. And then, of course, tomorrow I'm going for the marathon, rounds 4 through 7. Did it last year. Absolutely a blast. Get your snacks, get everything ready, just come through. Last year, people would come, check out the stream, leave, come back. It was just an absolute blast. And if you're watching this for the very first time, why don't you come through, give it a subscription, give the video a like, share it, let people know that we're on streaming talking San Francisco 49ers. So really excited about this episode. And I'm excited to see who they got. What's up, Ziggy? How's it going? Ziggy in the house. This is going to be good. So the draft is going to start up here in just under 3 minutes. And that's when we'll start, they'll kick the clock and we'll see, exactly who is available. Now, because of time, you guys will probably know who some of the picks are, and you probably won't hear me say them. So I'll probably be just a little bit behind because of the lag of YouTube itself. But trust me, I'm seeing it in real time just like you. So you guys are probably starting to put it in chat, but it's going to be fun. I'm really, really looking forward to it for sure. So who else is available for the San Francisco 49ers in this draft? We know edge rusher is a spot that they could go to. Another one is that we're going to keep a really good eye on is tight end. So many really good tight ends in this draft. And when you've got, guys like Michael Mayer still available, Darnell Washington, those are first round, talent guys. Then you got Luke Musgrave, Tucker Kraft. We talked about Sam Laporta earlier. And that's kind of the early rounds 2 and 3 guys, Sam Laporta as well. And then we start getting into guys that we've heard 49ers fans talk about a lot. Cameron Latou, Zach Kuntz, the big physical guy, Luke Schoonmaker, Will Mallory, Josh Weil. Those guys all right there. Brenton Strange could go in the second round. So there's a lot of tight end available as well. Those guys are going to be fun to watch. Wide receivers that are still available for the 49ers. Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt. I don't think those guys will be guys the Niners want. Cedric Tillman, where will he be? Will Cedric Tillman go, before Jonathan Mingo? Jonathan Mingo is somebody that we're really high on. So keeping an eye on Nathaniel Dell, Jonathan Mingo, Jaden Reed, seeing where those guys go in this draft and how that will affect the 49ers picks at 99, 101, and 102. What's up, Traffic? How's it going? And yes, Forktel, Darnell Washington still available. Joey Porter Jr. is still available, Randy. That's crazy. He's probably going to go high. There's a lot of conversation. There was going to be a trade early on in the second round. There's just so much there. And Forktel says, I want Washington or Schoonmaker. And Randy Daytona says, yeah, let's get Schoon. So yeah, lots of talent there. Let's see where these guys start to fall, as the names come off. But I think that there's still a ton of talent. This was the depth in this draft as far as value wise is definitely the second and third round and into the, very early part of the fourth. And then it feels like there's maybe a little bit of a lull until you get to the fifth round, which is nice for the 49ers because they have 3 fifth-round picks. So 49ers with 3 third-round picks today, that's how they're starting out. Let's see ultimately what happens with that. And then when we get to day 3 tomorrow, let's see how they handle what they have left of the 5th-round picks, 3 5th-round picks, 1 6th-round pick, and then 3 7s. How exactly will they go about it? I think it's going to be interesting to watch and just see how they handle this draft. Are they going to be aggressive like future years, or like past years, or are they going to kind of play it like last year and not push it? I think it's going to be interesting, because they definitely need some of those guys, that they can get in the draft. They need players right now. They need to fill out this depth chart. They don't want to do it all in. What's up, Michael Humphrey says, I'm checking in. I believe we go crazy at pick 99. It's a big body cornerback. Ooh, I like that. Big body cornerbacks. There's some good ones in this draft. There's definitely, guys the 49ers could be interested in. And a lot of people have talked, about the fact that with the new defensive coordinator and his attention to secondary, that there's a strong likelihood that the 49ers change up exactly who they go with that corner. Tarvarius Ward already fits the bill. Deommodore Lenoir built more like a guy that plays in the nickel, but definitely equated himself very well last year in D'Amico Ryan's defense playing on the outside. So who would be some of these tall corners that they could go after? I think there's several guys that definitely fit the bill. You got a guy that should be in that range in Eli Ricks out of Alabama, 6'2", 188 pounds. I think he's definitely someone that's interesting. A guy that I'm interested in, not as far as size, but just the overall ability of him to play multiple positions, is Jartavius Martin out of Illinois. I think he's somebody to keep an eye on. The 49ers met with Alex Austin out of Oregon State, 6'1", 195 pounds. So those guys are kind of sitting there in that area where the 49ers are going to pick in 99 to 102. Of course, Darius Rush is also there too. Will he be available? I think is the bigger question. Now, another guy I'm throwing out there in the secondary that I'm a huge fan of, and we know how John Lynch is with Stanford cornerbacks, but that's Kayublu Kelly. I like him a lot. 6 foot, 191 pounds. He was very fun to watch, fluid athlete, good hips, drove on the football well, was able to do a lot of press man, and we know the 49ers like press man corners, but then you could couple in his feel in zone, and I thought it was pretty good. So he's somebody that I've definitely been a fan of, and I'm watching to see, if he's available, and if the 49ers ultimately think that that's a direction that they need to go. What's up, Laterio says, Brian Branch or Joey Porter Jr., yeah, I mean, it could be Brian Branch. I think he was, I think he's been kind of falling on some boards a little bit. I know there was a lot of early on talk about his availability, where he would be at, but now it looks like he could be available later. But I mean, he was thought to be, one of the best safeties in the draft. You had Brian Branch, Sidney Brown, Antonio Johnson out of Texas A&M. But then, his counterpart, Jordan Battle, was kind of thought to be in the Niners range. So there's definitely a lot of safeties the 49ers could be interested in. The question will be, where exactly will the 49ers draft safety? We haven't seen them do it early. Last year, the push from everyone. And I thought they probably were going to address safety as well with those picks. They did not. They have not been willing to address safety early in drafts. They've addressed it later. Really, this regime hasn't drafted very much as far as safeties. Tarvarius Moore, when they drafted him in the third round, they seen him as a big corner to fit Robert Saleh's cover 3 style of defense. And then when it came, to other safeties that they drafted, Talanoa Hufanga, they got in the 5th round. So they haven't been willing to put a lot of draft capital into the safety position. Will that change? Could they go with the Sidney Brown if he's available? Maybe take a chance on a J.L. Skinner who's coming off a little bit of an injury, Jamie Robinson or Jair Brown. I think there's a lot of talent that's available. And then there's some guys with some versatility that can play nickel and free safety like Jay Ward, a guy that I'm a fan of like Trey Dean, who's got the big physical ability, but came into college as a corner. So he's got some cover skills, but yeah, got the 6'3" frame to be able to go against tight ends. I think he's somebody that's still available that, I like, but he's going to go later. He could be, a late 3, early 4. He could even slide into the 5th round. So there's a lot of guys at safety that are available. What's up? Tisha says they pick up BA's 5th. It looks like that's what happened. I don't know if anyone saw BA's Twitter today, but he said his agent called just to chat, and he thought that he was up out of here. He said he was about to go down to the facility and start kicking some doors in. I thought it was a very interesting thing, but to me, it makes a lot of sense to pick up his 5th-year option. $14 million, is what he would be doing his 5th year. But the way the 49ers go about working out extensions, they could definitely make his number for his year 5, change that number, lower it a tremendous amount with a new contract extension, work it with Debo's contract to make sure they have low and high numbers. Debo has a lot of things worked into his contract where they can bring his numbers down. So to me, it's not out of the question. I think the question marks rely about who they are able to put around him, but it does look like they're going to be able to pay Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk to go with George Kittle and these weapons like Christian McCaffrey. So it's definitely fun. Big Bird, how's it going? What's up, John? How's it going? It says, how do you feel about Cody Mock out of North Dakota State? Cody Mock is definitely one of my favorite offensive linemen in the entire draft. The versatility to play all five positions, the fact that he can play interior offensive line or tackle makes him somebody that every team is going to be interested in. And also, he has the ability to play in the zone game. So he's a zone team would love to have him being able to get to second level, has the quickness, the good hips. I think question marks surrounding him are more kind of inclined to, can he anchor consistently against bigger interior defensive linemen? I think that's a question, but I think he can, and I think he's only going to get better. He was working with Joe Staley during the offseason, so we know he's improved a lot, and I expect Cody Mock, to get drafted probably late second round and to be a bona fide star in this league for whatever team ends up picking him. I hope he gets to the right situation and a team that knows and values offensive line play. But he's definitely a versatile piece that I think anyone would be excited to get. Latario says, trade Ayuk more 2 third rounds 2023 for Deontay Banks, second round 2023, second round 2024. What's up, Cyrus? How's it going? Cyrus is in the house. Traffic says 49ers restructured Christian McCaffrey's contract. Nice. We knew that was something they could do, right? That they could go ahead and restructure his contract. So they've went ahead and freed up the money. What does that mean? What does that mean for the San Francisco 49ers? Why did they restructure that? They didn't really have to restructure that if they did that already. So to me, that's kind of interesting that they went ahead and restructured Christian McCaffrey's contract and created $8.6 million in cap space. So if they're looking to make a move, they are definitely able to make that move. $8.6 million means the 49ers have over $10 million in cap space. They did not have to create cap space to be able to sign their rookie class. They could have easily waited until they worked out a contract extension with Nick Bosa. That would have freed up more money to do something. So something could be on the horizon for the 49ers. It could be as simple as a trade up, means they're spending more money, or it could be maybe they're making a bigger move. Everybody's been talking about Chase Young. Chase Young, $5.4 million next season. Maybe the 49ers make a move there at edge rusher with Chase Young on a 1-year deal. They, of course, if they traded for him, I don't know if they could exercise his 5th-year option. I believe they could. So that would be interesting. So, wow, that's big news coming out of San Francisco. The 49ers went ahead and created $8.6 million of cap space by restructuring Christian McCaffrey and converting his salary into signing bonus. That's a great move. Needed to be done. So there you go. And Travis says, could be chasing a player. I love it. I was away from the screen, and then I see it absolutely blew up. What is up, Mr. Corey? How's it going? Mr. Corey says, it means Chase Young is coming. It could. I mean, you have that relationship between Washington. Everyone always thinks Dan Snyder and Kyle Shanahan, they don't get along. But what people forget is that it's Martin Mayhew that used to work in the 49ers organization's relationship with John Lynch that actually got the Trent Williams deal done. Their relationship, Ron Rivera's respect for John Lynch. So there is a good working relationship now between the 49ers and the Washington Commanders front office. I would not say it's out of the question if they give Washington what they want. And we know the 49ers not only have 3 threes this year, but 3 third-round picks next year. The Niners could make a move for Chase Young, bring him in. Boy, with that would spark some things. I think I would get really, really excited about all of it. So I'm a huge fan of where this is going and what potentially the 49ers could do. And Randy Toyotona is saying, wait. Not Chase Young, Montez Sweat, and I love it. He says, "Don't sweat it." That absolutely fantastic. Chase Young or Montez Sweat opposite of Nick Bosa. I love it. I'm not as concerned about Chase Young's production over the last 2 years because of the ACL. He came back week 13 last year, and he's going to be good to go. A full offseason non-recovering from an ACL. I've seen Nick Bosa recover from an ACL. I know they're not all the same, but I think Chase Young could figure it out. Freaky athlete. So I'm all for it for sure. And what's up, David Campbell? How's it going? David Campbell is in the house. So very excited to see David here. So yeah, best player available. That's not exactly what the 49ers do as far as best player, but there's going to be a lot of talent they're going to be. So what the 49ers do is they take who's the best on their board that fits a need. If they don't have any needs, then that's when they change. But even when they drafted Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round back in 2021, the 49ers were looking at linebacker, but they wanted to get Elijah Mitchell. They thought he was a 3rd round grade. And D'Amico Ryan's like, you know what? Go ahead and get that running back. We can develop linebackers, and they haven't been wrong. So it is a lot of give and take the way the coaches work with the scouting department. They definitely find these gems that they could use, in the categories that they need them to be. So I like the way they go about it. I have been a fan of best player available, but I think it's even better when it fits a need. So Pittsburgh is on the clock. They're going to be making a pick here pretty soon. You would think they were trying to trade, but I mean, they could easily add a Keon White, somebody opposite of TJ Watt. They could go with Joey Porter Jr., which would be interesting, right? That would kind of fit that regime overall. So interesting, what they do here. I know the reports where they were fielding calls all day long. And as these picks go off, I will see if they're on the top 75, my top 75 list for the 49ers. And I'll try to keep you guys updated as players go off that list. But yeah, he's super excited. And Randy Daytona says the Niners definitely have their own style. And they do. The way they go about it's completely different than a lot of teams. And it's been pretty successful. Now, early on, I think there were struggles in the way the 49ers went about handling their draft. I think they went and tried to make some big moves, and it didn't always work out. They took chances on guys like Reuben Foster. They took chances on other players, and it didn't pan out. And they've really honed in on exactly what their players look like, the mental makeup of those players, and how they're going to fit within their scheme. And I think since they've gotten comfortable with that, we've seen the picks, definitely hit a lot more than they were in the past. But along the way, they still hit on some spectacular players. Getting George Kittle, Fred Warner. I mean, these are bona fide starters that they landed on. Tauno Hufanga, an All-Pro this year. So they're still hitting on all cylinders as far as the draft goes. And the Steelers pick is in, so it'll be curious who they end up taking. And Randy says Joey Porter probably because he fell. Yeah, I mean, it could be. What is up, Horse? How's it going? Horse is saying Drew Saunders is going to be the pick. Okay. So Horse in the house in chat. How's it going? Randy says if they don't take him, there must be a good reason he's falling. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that is. There was a few players that fell that I thought were going to be drafted, but they weren't. Got guys at linebacker, safety. There's some good players available. And on Mel's big board, he has Drew Sanders at the 8. So, Horse, there you go. David Campbell says, what is the 49ers' biggest position need, and who would you like to see them pick in 99? I think the biggest position of need is definitely edge rusher. Just the mere volume. They just don't have all the guys. Alex Barrett right now would be a part of the rotation. So I think they need to improve in that category. So I think they needed to take 2 edge rushers or pull off a trade if that's what the CMC move meant, and go ahead and get one. And I would love to get Byron Young or Harrison out of Ohio State. I like both of those guys. They're 2 different players, but both add a good element to the 49ers. So I'm definitely excited for it, as Alan Faneca is about to announce Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State. So the Pittsburgh Steelers fans get super excited as they get, basically one of their own, one of those draft day kind of things. So that's pretty exciting. Mr. Corey says right tackle and edge rusher. Yeah. The questions will be, Mr. Corey, is there a right tackle that would start over Colton McKivitz? I think that's the question. When we get all said and done, who's available on the board? Is there going to be somebody that can start over Colton McKivitz? If not, then you could probably wait, get somebody that you could develop, and then go ahead and address tackle in next year's draft, where you're going to have a first-round pick and a second-round pick, and you could get guys that definitely can make a bigger impact that are farther along. I think there are certain players that if they fall and they're available, then you go ahead and get them. A Matt Bergeron, but the way the tackles were coming off the board yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised to see Matt Bergeron go, in the late second round. And nothing against him, but he's a very, very good player. So, yeah, exactly, David. It's always better with Horst, and I told Horst I wanted him to come on, and he did not. So, this is Horst's fault. The fact you're not seeing Horst is a Horst problem. So I'm always trying to talk him into coming on. He said he had something going on. So just teasing Horst a little bit. But yeah, I'm glad Horst is in chat and chiming in with everybody and having a good time. Always love when everyone comes through. Randy says, would love Mock, will probably get Steen. What's interesting about Steen is I think Steen is a guard in the NFL. I like him. I think he's got a lot of skills. There's a few offensive linemen that I like, that look good playing offensive tackle that I think are going to play guard, and I think Tyler Steen's one of those. He's got all the intelligence in the world going from Vanderbilt to Alabama, and he played very consistent. But he's just going to have to, basically prove that he can play on the outside. So I don't know if the 49ers want to take another tweener like that in the third round. I wonder how much value they place on those guys who are available in the third round at the tackle position compared to some of the edge rushers that could potentially be there, or cornerbacks, or other positions. Is there a higher grade on somebody? Is Kyle Shanahan going to be able to, do something to where he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pass on one of these guys and get a running back. Who knows what he's gonna do? It's freaking hilarious. So. We'll see. We'll see who it is. And, there's some good offensive linemen, Tyler Steen, Matthew Bergeron. So got to be excited about the guys who are available still. And we'll see how things happen and these guys come off the board. Of course, Joey Porter was not a part of my top 75 due to the fact I did not believe he would ever have a shot at getting him. Here comes Arizona. We'll see what they end up doing. So this one has a little bit of, a NFC West pull, and we'll see who they end up getting. What's up, Lou? How's it going? Lou's in the chat. Says, Ant, I'm out. Flu, go SF. Oh, that's tough. Sorry you got the flu and it's holding you up. Mark says, you can lead a horse to the mic, but can't make him talk. Well said, Mark. Oh, well said. That's freaking hilarious. Well done. We'll see. We'll see what Arizona ends up doing. They went offensive tackle yesterday after a little bit of a trade back, then a trade up. They did they made some pretty good moves. I don't know about that, choice for offensive tackle there. The specific guy they went for might have been a little high, but hey, they like him, so he's going to fit, what they're trying to do. So we'll see. They traded. So Arizona's going to trade the pick to the Tennessee Titans. Are the Tennessee Titans coming up to get the quarterback? That's the question, right? What are we going to get here? Mr. Corey says, Ant, I think my potential Chase Young deal would cost us a second-round pick in 2024, but the 2024 first round is rich in offensive tackle. See, I love that. I'd be willing to do that if you told me we were going to do Chase Young for a second-round pick next year, and we were going to be able to get an offensive tackle in the first round next year that could come in, and maybe Trent Williams has told them he's good for a couple more years. Somebody that could play right tackle for 1 or 2 years and then jump over to left tackle, I think would be a great situation for the 49ers. So I'm definitely in on that. What's up, Matt? How's it going? Junior to Pitt is fitting. Yeah, it is. Definitely fit. Ed Horst says this is going to be Levis. Probably is. It probably is. This is probably going to be Levis. It's not surprising. Will Levis falling to the second round of the Tennessee Titans. We've already heard that they're not really high on Malik Willis anymore. So there has to be some decisions there. And so quarterback's a need for them. They're probably, in the last year of Tannehill. So that would be a good situation for Will Levis going there and getting picked. What is up, KNDR? KNDR's in the house. What's up, Gary? Gary's in the house as well. So we're getting the heavy hitters here now. Everyone is in chat and doing a good job. We always enjoy having everyone in chat. So welcome. And yeah, we're having some fun here talking draft day. And right now the Tennessee Titans pick is in. So we're going to get to know who they pick. If it's going to be Will Levis, if the wait is worth it for him. He definitely was trying to handle it the best way he could yesterday. It was interesting. Matt says fireworks if Levis goes to Arizona. Murray will need another COD release to cope. So it was a trade to Tennessee Titans, and the Titans select. Here's the most interesting time. It is Will Levis. So Will Levis is the pick at 33. What's up, Caden? How's it going? Caden's in the house. So, I like DeJuan Jones, Mr. Corey. I really do. I think DeJuan Jones is a good player. The problem is I don't really think DeJuan Jones fits what the 49ers you do on offense. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, the size is just crazy, right? 6'8", 374. But we've seen the 49ers when they, under the Shanahan regime, when they had a big, old, huge offensive tackle and they moved on. It wasn't something they were willing to do. I mean, has their thought process changed now? It could have. I mean, so that would be different. But DeJuan Jones, I mean, he's probably going to go here pretty soon. He's definitely got the size and wingspan to be a big-time player. His feet are pretty good. I think he's got to make sure he doesn't get lazy or, he'll slow down and then struggle with edge rushers if he becomes a reacher. Somebody that just wants to reach out and grab guys, that could be a real problem for him. But as long as he keeps his feet underneath him and he uses that God-given ability with that size, he could be a pretty solid offensive tackle in the league. So we'll see. We'll see what he ends up being. I think he could be interesting. Matt Brigo says, Michael Mayer to Detroit or guard. Or Wisconsin defensive tackle. So yeah, there's some guys out there. Detroit has been interesting. If they went Michael Mayer, that wouldn't surprise me. There's definitely, good players available that they could go ahead and strike on. Let's see who's still available for Isaiah Foskey edge. They could put someone opposite. I mean, I think they really do like to go defensive line, but tight end is something they were willing to trade away from last year. Trenton Simpson, the linebacker, they went linebacker yesterday, so that's not a case. They could always go offensive line. They need to get more, players. So it could be the tight end out. I think if you're going to go tight end, though, I would get someone with more upside than Michael Mayer. I know a lot of people really like Michael Mayer, but I like guys with like that crazy good traits. And I think that there are some guys up here like Darnell Washington. He's got traits. Now, Sam Laporta would be an interesting one. This would him with the Lions. I think he would make a lot of sense. So those are some good options for Detroit. There's still so many good players. Caden says, hi, how's it going, Caden? I hope you're having a good one and enjoying hanging out. So let's see. Mr. Corey says, then how about Cody Mock or Osira Torrance move Burford to tackle? 1 second. I'll get to that right after we see what the Lions do here. And they went Sam Laporta. So I ended up calling it. They do go Sam Laporta. So this is a great pick. I like him. I think he's a developmental blocker, but tremendous athlete catching the football. So, yeah, they go from TJ Hawkinson from Iowa to Sam Laporta from Iowa. And this is kind of that thing. Sam Laporta entering the process around the Senior Bowl was thought to be a late 3, early 4. And then when everyone saw how he was producing and some of the speed and athletic ability and the things that he could do, he moved up rapidly. I didn't expect him to move up this high, But yeah, it's a great pick by Detroit. I think he's one of those guys that you see it on film. He could win in the slot. He's got a lot of ability. It's a solid pick for Detroit. I think they'll be really, really happy with who they got. So definitely a good, solid pick. So Mr. Corey says, then how about Cody Mock or Osiris Torrance move Burford to tackle? I would love it. I mean, if you were going to go get an interior offensive lineman or you're going to go get an offensive lineman, I love getting Cody Mock because he can play all 5 positions. So I would definitely be down with the 49ers doing that if they, wanted to move Spencer Burford out to tackle. I just question whether they're going to be willing to give up the necessary draft capital to move up for Cody Mock and then play him at guard. They haven't really been willing to trade up for guard. They've been willing to trade back for guard. They did that with Aaron Banks. They traded back, ended up getting, him. But to me, don't know. And here come the Raiders. The Raiders are coming up. So don't be shocked if they're not coming up to get a tight end. With Sam Laporta just going off the board, they're probably coming up to get Michael Mayer or Darnell Washington. I think that would make a lot of sense. Well, maybe an outside chance of Luke Musgrave, but I would think Michael Mayer or Darnell Washington right here could be the pick for the Raiders. That would be interesting as they trade up and try to make a move. There was a lot of thought that maybe the Rams were going to go up and get Will Levis, but they didn't pull the trigger on that, so they're out of that running. So far, we're off to an interesting start here as the draft goes. Yeah, Matt says Detroit likes Iowa players. They definitely do. They definitely like, guys who are from Iowa, and Iowa produces really, really good tight ends. I mean, they've been pretty consistent. Even the guys who, haven't, like Noah Fant maybe become superstars, they're still productive players in the NFL. So they all know how to block, and they all, produce when they get to the passing game. So let's see. Raiders are on the clock. 49ers still got a lot of picks left. Over 60 picks until the 49ers pick. It's a long wait for the San Francisco 49ers. But hey, it's fun. It's a lot of fun to be able to see who they're going to end up going with. Definitely a fan of picking earlier, because then you have more things to talk about when it comes to 49ers, and you get some very talented players early on. But, you never know. I'm going on the Twitter sphere as well to see just if there's anything crazy. I don't see it. It will be interesting seeing Joe Staley announce the 49ers picks, though. So, gotta love that. So, a question for Tennessee, will they end up cutting Malik Willis? I think that'll be interesting. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what the 49ers do now they've cleared space with the Christian McCaffrey's contract. I love draft trades. 49ers have done it before with Trent Williams. I love when they go out and they make moves. So I'm sitting here and I'm hoping they get a move here pretty quick. And David says, when the Niners do pick, they pick a lot. They do. They pick 3 times within 4 picks. Raiders are the ones who pick at 100 in between. So when they start picking that, then it's a lot. And it's all in a row, which is a blast. I kind of hope they have a couple guys on the board they like, and then they're able to take one of those picks, whether it's 99, 101, or 1 or 2, and trade back and maybe pick up an extra 4th-round pick or even a 5th-round pick that they can use, on other guys. I think that would be really, really cool. So I'm excited about the potential, of the 49ers, getting some guys. Let's see what's going on with the Raiders here. Michael Mayer, tight end out of Notre Dame. So it was the tight end. They had to go up and make a move with Sam Laporta going off the board. And so now, the Raiders make their pick. It's pretty solid. Mayer is a solid all-around tight end. He can block, catches the football nicely, uses his hands, decent route runner. Nothing that's going to jump off the screen crazy as far as athletic ability or anything like that, but a solid guy. So now tight ends are starting to go off the board. We see a little bit of a run here with Sam Laporta. and then with Michael Mayer. So a couple guys in a row there. Darnell Washington is still available, tight end out of Georgia. Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State. Tucker Kraft out of South Dakota State are kind of that next group of guys that are probably going to go in the second to third round. So those will be the names we watch. And as those names fall off the board, that's when we're going to start getting to the guys who are probably actual options for the San Francisco 49ers, in that kind of 99 to 102 range, because I don't expect the 49ers to trade up to get a tight end behind George Kittle. Let's see. We got a super chat from Jess. Says, thanks for streaming live and giving us all the place to chat during the draft, Caden and Jess. Well, thank you so much, Caden and Jess. Really appreciate the super chat so much. I like it. Mr. Corey says, as long as Tyler Kraft or Schoonmaker is left for us, I think Schoonmaker has the best opportunity of the two to be there at 99 to 102. I think that is a definite possibility. Matt Burgo says 49ers should just draft quarterbacks. Damn, injuries make you want to go deep six on that chart. Well, the good news is they're 3 deep right now. Trey Lance is healthy. Sam Darnold is healthy. Brock Purdy will have to get healthy. And I do think the 49ers walk away with draft weekend with a quarterback. I'm not sure they actually draft a quarterback, but I do think they'll get a UDFA or an undrafted free agent that they sign to come in and handle some of the offseason work, handle early training camp throws as Brock Purdy still recovers from his elbow injury. So to me, quarterback will definitely be on the docket. And with the NFL deciding in May whether to go with the exemption for the third quarterback on the roster that they tabled early on, if that happens, then it definitely makes sense for all teams, including the 49ers, to have a extra quarterback that's really talented. And the 49ers have got a few of them, so I kind of like it. Let's see. What's up, Anthony? Says Rams up next. Wanted Levis, but they need at edge and O-line. Yeah, they definitely need in those categories. O-line, I mean, they really struggled last year. There's still some good offensive linemen that are available. They could go big DeJuan Jones. I don't know if he fits the system. I would hate to see it, but if they went Cody Mock, that would make a ton of sense for them. Matthew Bergeron, offensive tackles, both of them fit the scheme. Blake Freeland would be available, but a little bit more of a guy that needs work, a project. So to me, Cody Mock and Matthew Bergeron, if they go offensive tackle. And as far as if they go edge, there's some really good edge players still out there. And they could easily go with Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame, kind of do it all, base guy. BJ Ojolari would probably be an easy fit as they look to transition. He would fit that 3-4 outside linebacker role, which they like to do. So there's some guys that fit. Derek Hall from Auburn as well. Don't really want to see him go to the Rams. He's a monster. He really is. So they've got some options there for edge rush that they could definitely go with. And then the offensive tackle, there's a couple too. So Rams sitting in a good spot to get a very good player. And in fact, the NFC West has the next 2 picks, with the Los Angeles Rams picking 36 and the Seattle Seahawks picking at 37. So, really good talent. Really good talent. And Freddie McDray says, who's the pick you want the most? I think Jonathan Mingo. I'm just a huge fan of him. He gives me A.J. Brown vibes. I like him a lot. I think you slate him in there with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel over the next couple of years, and I think they would make a lot of teams really struggle. We've seen Seattle go with Jackson Smith and Jigba yesterday. That was nice to go with Tyler Lockett. And they've got a lot of talent there in Seattle. So I'd like to see the 49ers kind of go that route. Also, I do believe Jawan Jennings is, moving towards being out of here. So, I think I would definitely go there, but also Byron Young out of Tennessee. I think speed off the edge is necessary for the 49ers. I think Drake Jackson's going to take a step forward, but I'd love to get added speed where Drake could slide inside on obvious pass downs. Brady says, is Washington a trade for Lance still an option? I don't know. Honestly don't think they're going to trade Trey Lance. I do think anything's an option, but I just don't think they're going to do it because I think they know that Brock's, they're unsure if he's going to be healthy. Torrey Holt is up on stage right now for the Rams, about to do the announcement. So we'll see who the Rams end up picking here. And it ends up being Steve Avila from TCU. So they went guard. That's a solid pickup. One of the better guards in the draft. So well done by the Rams. I think it might have been a little early for Avila, but here they are picking at 36, and they decided to go offensive line. That's a solid move as they look to build to the future. So Steve Avila is going to be the pick here. You guys could see him. He's a pretty talented player. Also, the Rams go offensive line. So Anthony was right about his team going for offensive line. He thought it could have been tackle, but we'll see. And Mr. Corey says we picked up Ayuk's 5th-year option too. I like it. And I knew the phone call. That was probably what it was about this morning. That's a solid move. The 49ers getting Brandon Ayuk. I think that's great. That means next offseason we can talk about the potential of them signing him to an extension and bringing his number down. I don't think they'll end up trading Brandon Ayuk. I actually never did. Matt Burgo says, what do you think about the rumors of fielding trade options for Trey? I just don't think they're going to materialize. I really don't. I think that there's probably been a couple of teams that have called to gauge the 49ers' interest. I'm sure the Tennessee Titans were one of those teams, because if you could get Trey Lance for a second-round pick, he's a guy that's already been in the NFL, learned the system, understands the reads. You don't have to worry about going with a young guy like Levis. Obviously, that didn't materialize, but I think the injury to Brock Purdy definitely put things where you need Trey Lance, and there's going to be a competition between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold until Brock Purdy gets back into the situation. But mine is being blown away by a trade. I don't think it's going to materialize. Let's see. Marvin says best tight end in the draft. Love that. Alex Horse says Mingo is a dog. I like him a lot. He's a beast. This is Corey. Just a second, as Seattle is about to make their pick, and then I will get to your response, because I did end up watching him after you talked about it. And the Seahawks got Derek Hall. Woo! Last year it was Boy Mafi. Now it's Derek Hall. They're definitely adding pressure off the edge. That's a very, very good pick by Seattle. Yeah, I mean, he's good. I think Derek Hall is really good. I question a little bit of his fluidity in his hips, but I mean, they're going to be getting a very solid player that's going to make an impact on their team. Seattle, for 2 straight years, has been drafting at a very, very high level. I think their question marks are still about defensive line and stopping the run. That's what they're going to have to address over the next couple of rounds. They're going to have to really do something about the defensive line interior wise with the run game. But very, very good pick here. They're loading up on the outside, which is nice because they need to make sure that they can put pressure on the quarterback. They went and got the corner yesterday. So they add another defensive end to go with Jamal Adams. I think it's very solid that they go ahead and make that pick. So Mr. Corey asked what about Siaku Ika when he's sized in the middle? I like him. I think he's big, physical. I just wonder if the 49ers have translated away from the big 2-gap style defensive lineman after attempting to do so with a guy like Javon Kinlaw. I just don't know if they're going to go that route. I think that they, kind of want guys who are more of penetrators, guys who get up the field vertically fast, who have more lateral movement. But I like the player, and if they decide to go there as our zero technique, that would make a lot of sense. Mr. Course is trading Lance would trigger an $11 million dead cap hit. Yeah, that's hurtful. So you definitely don't want to do that. So Atlanta has just traded up to Indy spot at 38. Let's see who they are trying to get, because it's obvious that they were coming up. Yesterday they made a couple of moves that were interesting. So let's see what Atlanta ends up doing here. Well, let's see who we're going to get. I'm very curious as we see guys kind of go off the board here. Offensive linemen still have not really been hit besides Avila that went on the inside. So there's still the offensive tackle guys available for the 49ers. We finally did get a guy off the board. That was Sam Laporta, and look how high he went. I mean, that's crazy. The fact that a month and a half, 2 months ago, he was, somebody that was definitely interested. What's up, David? How's it going? Welcome to chat. Randy says, I just heard on Seahawks channel, huge reach. They weren't happy. Ooh, why? I don't understand that. I mean, is it a little early? Probably. I mean, maybe half a round or whatever. I mean, it's a solid pick. They must have had somebody else that they really, really liked that fit the system. But I mean, he fits their system perfectly and what they want to do. Big, physical, fast guy off the edge. So here's John Abram. He's about to announce the pick for the Atlanta Falcons as they traded up with the Colts to target somebody that they need. Let's see who they get. Got a lot of excitement here as Matthew Bergeron goes off the board, tackle from Syracuse. Absolutely fantastic pick. He's off the board. So 2 of our top 75 guys that were targets for the 49ers are off the board. Bergeron, lots of thought about him being a 3rd-round pick, but, I mean, this is where he deserved to be. He's a very solid player. He's got a lot of ability and one of my favorite tackles in the entire draft. So Arthur Smith is about the run game. He's about physicality up front. And now he gets this big hoss that's going to be able to make a lot of plays. Matthew Bergeron's a stud. And so this is a very solid pick for them. He can play left tackle. He can play right tackle. Fluid mover. Created lots of holes for Sean Tucker. So, yeah, Matthew Bergeron was a great pick and a guy that, hey, if the 49ers could have got Bergeron, he could have started at right tackle day one for the 49ers. So one of those guys off the board that makes me question whether, when we get closer, when is offensive tackle officially going to be just a depth piece, a rotational piece behind Colton McKivitz. So the Panthers are on the clock. Yesterday they had pick number 1, and they took Bryce Young. So we'll see what they end up doing. And it gives me an opportunity to go back to chat here. Mr. Corey says, "Ant, I was late the other day. Did you get married? If so, congratulations." Yes, I did. I got married, and that's why I was gone for a few weeks. We moved. I had to get everything moved into the new house. And then, got married, went on a honeymoon, got back, set up the studio and started recording. So yeah, it was 3 weeks of pretty much craziness, but it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. And, the personal life, it was a good time. She worked around the draft as much as she could. I think she would have loved to have gotten married this weekend, but she worked with me. We did it, earlier in April. So yeah, it was a good time. So it's been a lot of fun in life, and now we're getting kind of settled. And now that I'm getting settled, I got my new studio here, and I'm getting used to podcasting again. So I'm very much excited about it. Let's see. David says, "Crisis averted." Woo. Yes, yeah. I mean, I got married. You asked the same question yesterday. Randy Daytona says, "Mazel tov." Yeah, thank you so much. And Mark says, "Congratulations, really appreciate it." Jess says, "Wow, what a great woman she is. She's wonderful." So, yeah, very, very happy in marriage. I'm very excited about it. I got my number 1 draft pick, so I was excited about it. So yeah, and now we're gonna have pick 39. So we're moving pretty expeditiously through. We've been about 45 minutes in, and we're on pick 39. So the pick is in for Carolina. Let's see where they end up going. Would think they would go offense to give more weapons to Bryce Young, especially after trading away DJ Moore to be able to get up there to get him. This will be a good time for them to go and try to grab one of the wide receivers that's available. And there are still some good wide receivers available. Of course, they could go tight end as well. But, when there's guys that, you can go out and grab like Josh Downs or Jalen Hyatt, that would be a vertical threat for them. Cedric Tillman, a possession guy, Rashee Rice out of SMU. Like, these guys are all really good options. And then when you're looking at tight end, still like a Darnell Washington, Luke Musgrave, and Tucker Kraft that are available. And offensive tackle, I mean, Carolina just got jumped, so maybe there was a lot of thought that Matthew Bergeron was going to be the guy there. They could go because of style of offense. They could definitely go with a Cody Mock or DeJuan Jones. They have a little bit more versatility there. We do know that they've built through interior offensive line before, but with Frank Reich in Indianapolis, so maybe they would go interior. But I do think it's going to be some sort of offensive weapon, either protection on the offensive line, wide receiver, or tight end, to make sure that you're giving your young quarterback the guys that he needs. Let's see. Mr. Corey says the Big Boss Man and Rick Martell are both married now. That's freaking hilarious. Yep, both married. I'm straight out of Cobb County, Georgia. There you go. Horse says she's aight. Well done. David says later rounds always move faster. Definitely. It's the 5 minutes between the first round. There's that 10 minutes. I mean, who can forget before they made it a primetime thing and split it to 3 days? That first day, I mean, 15 minutes between picks in round 1, 10 minutes in round 2. It was lots of time. It was pretty ridiculous, actually. Randy says Carolina's defense is decent. Yeah, and they had a pretty good run game as well. That was one thing they got going last year was the run game. Once Christian McCaffrey was there, they kind of left. They kind of just, honed in on just toting the rock a lot. Davis has got to take my granddaughter to karate. Be back later. Go Niners. Ooh, hope she has fun in karate. Just remember what you learned in Napoleon Dynamite. Break the wrist, walk away. Break the wrist, walk away. Rex Kwon Do is the style of choice. Let's see. The Panthers are on the clock, and they go ahead and they pick Jonathan Mingo. Whew. Oh, man. That one cut me deep. This is one of my favorite players in the whole draft. I'm glad that he got the value that he deserves. So they did go get the big weapon, and he was a guy that I said was my favorite wide receiver in the draft, and now here he goes at pick 39 to Carolina, and a guy off the list. So right now, 3 of the top 4 guys on my list that I was hoping would be available for the 49ers at pick 99 are gone. But this doesn't shock me. This dude gave me A.J. Brown feels. The way he runs with the ball after he makes the catch. He's smooth. He's a great blocker. This is an absolutely fantastic grab and pick for the Carolina Panthers. And Bryce Young gets himself a nice young weapon. And they get a guy to replace DJ Moore. So well done by the Carolina Panthers. They knew what they had to do to go up to number 1. And now they get an absolute stud at Jonathan Mingo. Ouch. That one hurt. And here it comes. Traffic says, damn it. And that one hurt. That one cut me deep. Hate to see it. Mr. Corey says, I lived in Cobb County, Georgia as a child when the big boss man was still Big Bubba Rogers. Wow. Nice knowledge there. Yeah. Good times. Big Bubba Rogers. That was fun. Oh, geez. Rex Kwon Do, Randy. Rex Kwon Do. You think anyone thinks I'm a loser because I go home to Starlet every night? Forget about it. So good, right? Just so good. But yeah, this is what happens. You fall in love with these prospects in the process. And when everyone was talking about him being a 4th or 5th round pick, I'm like, I don't see it. I think the dude's a stud. I made him a star player. Put the video on Patreon. To me, Jonathan Mingo was a stud, and it shows out when you watch the film. You can just see it, and I definitely saw it. So here's New Orleans on the clock. They got some needs. They answer the quarterback situation with Derek Carr. They definitely handled wide receiver last year, but where will they go? They went defensive line yesterday, so there's some guys available on the board, and I'm starting to see my board go a little bit. And so I'm not liking it, not at all. I'm not a fan of it. And so I'm hoping that we don't lose any of the guys that I want. Just stop taking the top 75 guys. Just don't do it anymore. We want those guys for the 49ers. Just quit it. Okay, just quit it. But it's what's going to happen, and we'll see who those 2 or 3 guys are that are available. The 49ers could take advantage of getting. I'm hoping. That we're gonna have some guys available to grab here that are gonna be very talented. So New Orleans draft pick is in. It's gonna be interesting to see who that is, as my phone is blowing up right now. Let's see what's going on. So we got a horse chiming in over here. Now thinking about coming through. He said, hey, should I come through? We'll see. So, let me respond real quick. But the draft pick is in for New Orleans. We're going to see who it is. Freddie McDre says Mingo. I know that one was hurt. And Dave says, that means you know what you're doing, bro. I try, I try. But yeah, Mingo, he's a big time guy. That one cut me deep. I was the one guy I wanted to walk away with. Now I'm like, no one picked Byron Young. Just stay away from Byron Young at this point. Him and Zach Harrison, just don't talk to them. I want them. So yeah. Freddie McDray says, if Tyler Kraft goes, I'm tuning out. Tyler Kraft is a good player, and he might go here in a little bit. Isaiah Foskey, the defensive end from Notre Dame, I figured he would be gone. He is going to be gone. Former Notre Dame and De La Salle guy. So Isaiah Foskey, good edge guy off the, so they're going defensive line, going younger. This is a solid move whenever you're trying to build, a good defense. They have good linebackers. So a good move here. You see some of the techniques if you're watching the video online or on ESPN or NFL Network. You can see what Isaiah Foskey is. A talented player. This is exactly where he's been pretty much mocked the entire time. So they get a good value here. Solid pick, and there's a lot of really good talent. So as far as edge rushers, we've seen kind of a couple guys go off the board now. That maybe, I'm sure 49ers would have loved to have had. So we're still got guys though that are available. So who's the best available edge rush guys now that Isaiah Foskey's off the board? That'd be BJ Ojolari out of LSU, Adebawore out of Northwestern, Keon White. I'm kind of surprised Keon White wasn't drafted earlier. He's really good out of Georgia Tech, physical beast. So he's still on the board. And then that's when you're going to start getting to Andre Carter at Army, Zach Harrison. Zach Harrison, to me, would be pretty soon. BJ Ojolari, Keon White, I like them. But, I mean, as far as talent, if you're going off just what you see on film and what he could be at 21 years old with the physical traits and wingspan that he has, Zach Harrison would definitely be up there with Keon White for me. Those would be the next two guys that I would think would be going. And then when it comes to Adebawore is very good. The question is he going to play edge? Is he going to be defensive tackle? Whenever you're a tweener like that, I have a little bit more questions, but still some very, very talented players. So I kind of like both of these guys, or both of those guys that are available, and I'm hoping they stay available. Let's see. Freddie McDray says Saints took our edge. Foskey's gone. Foskey's good. I mean, that's the thing. Foskey's got some talent. And so, I mean, these guys, we're going to see a lot of really good players come off our board, and it's going to be frustrating. But what we're hoping is that, right, some of those guys are still available. And as long as they are, you're going to be happy. Now, Byron Young, he's my favorite edge left. Him and Zach Harrison, I think those are two guys that I'm hoping are going to make it to 99. I don't think either one of them should because of talent, but that's kind of where my attention is those two guys. There's other guys that, available that I would really like. Some of them are, some of the offensive linemen are still available. So talent's still there for the 49ers. And Dave says Zach Harrison. Dave knows about it. Dave's an Ohio State guy, so he knows all about Zach Harrison. The length, the guy that can play inside on obvious pass downs. To me, he's an extreme sized Arden Key. I love what he could be as a base 4-3 defensive end who can still get to the passer. The one thing about him with his elite length, he can play with leverage, but also he gets so many strip sack fumbles. He gets the ball on the ground a lot, and that's something that can change a game. So to me, that was one thing that really took me towards him. The fact that he's only 21 years old as well. Spectacular. Randy Daytona says, all the gifts are slowly disappearing under the tree. It happens. It happens. Mr. Corey responds with Santa, bring me Kraft and Osiris Torrance here and Hunter Lupke later. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the 49ers are going to hopefully make a move, right? Here pretty soon. They freed up money for a reason. What is that going to be? Is that going to be a free agent signing? Is that going to be trading for Chase Young? What exactly does that mean? I think that's a big question for the 49ers. Here, as we move through the second round, we're at pick 41. So the 49ers are going to pick in 58 picks. That's still a lot to go through. We have a long way to go. You know what that means? Just like Napoleon, I'm going to eat a tot. I got to. Hey, Napoleon, give me some of your tots. Dave says sack Harrison. Ooh, already marketed, right? You gotta do it. He's already marketed. You just got to. So the Cardinals are about to make another pick. Got Paris Johnson earlier, and then traded back. So we'll see what they do. It's going to be fun to see what the Cardinals do before Green Bay picks. Excited about it. Cardinals pick is in. Who does everyone think they're going to take? Who do they think they're going to take? Brandon says, when did they free up room? Today, about an hour ago, they converted Christian McCaffrey's salary to a signing bonus and created over $8.65 million in cap space. So that happened just as we were going live on air to talk. So something interesting. And that's what Randy Daytona is saying. The CMC restructuring. Big move. Big move. So BJ Ojolari goes off the board. So here comes edge rusher for the Cardinals. They run that, Gannon wants to get guys who can run, the same sort of defense. This is his Hassan Reddick kind of player. A solid move for them. So we see the NFC West go with edge rusher. Seattle goes edge rusher. Now Cardinals go edge rusher. Definitely need to put pressure on the quarterback. Question are these guys going to be able to stop Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers running game? But I think with the Cardinals, it's more of a slow build. I think Seattle is getting close, and Seattle has definitely done a good job of drafting over the last couple seasons. But Ojolari is a good player. I think this is a solid pick for them. That's definitely what I was seeing, a second-round value. So solid pickup for them. You see the arm over move if you're watching the ESPN telecast. Pretty good. I mean, Ojolari is solid pick here. Nothing that I'm like freaking out about, like 49ers can't stop him, because hey, Ojolari, I hope you have fun when you see Trent Williams, because that's going to be a blast for you. Let's see. Horse says Aeneas Williams can forever go to H-Town for what he did to Steve Young. Yeah, not a fan of that at all. Dave says that was his nickname at Ohio State, Sack Harrison. I like that a lot. It kind of makes me think of Sack from Wedding Crashers. I'm the Sack. She'll come to me. Very well done. And here comes the selection from the Green Bay Packers. So we're starting to speed up a little bit. I like the pace that we're picking up with here. Luke Musgrave, tight end at Oregon State, solid pickup. Of course, they lost a tight end, so now they're replacing him with Luke Musgrave. This is a solid pickup for Green Bay, and Aaron Rodgers is like, thanks, man. Thanks for never getting me any talent. And then here they go and they get Luke Musgrave. So solid pick by the Green Bay Packers, and a little bit surprising that they passed on, other guys. Musgrave, more of a balanced tight end. So they definitely were looking there instead of going with Darnell Washington. So Darnell Washington and Tucker Kraft are the top two tight ends left for most in their board. But here we go, Luke Musgrave. He's going to be catching balls from Jordan Love, and he's pretty good. He's got some talent. He did some things up there in the Pacific Northwest. So solid pick by Green Bay, and more tight ends come off the board. So tight end was not big in round one, but now we're getting a huge run on tight ends in the second. Will McDonald for Green Bay or Will McDonald for the Jets, and now they're on the board. We'll see what they do. I could see them wanting to add weapons with Aaron Rodgers. Also, they could add some offensive line help. I'm sure they would have loved to have had Matt Bergeron, but yesterday they got Will McDonald Jr., so they went ahead and got a guy that could help off the edge. Crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does. Well done. Randy says, anyone else like Josh Weil? His film is Kittle-like. Will he be there later? We'll be there later. I like Josh Weil a lot. Josh Weil, in fact, yesterday when I did my final mock draft, I went ahead and took him. To me, he was a big-time pickup that I wanted to make sure, that I got, because I'm a huge fan of him and his abilities. He's a solid player. So Josh Weil is somebody I think is going to get better as a blocker, but he's a very good pass catcher and very smooth mover. I think what was interesting is Zach Kuntz is more athletic. Zach Kuntz is a little bit taller, a little bit heavier, a little bit faster than Josh Weil, but everything about the film screamed Josh Weil was a better player. To me, Josh Weil is very smooth. He gets in and out of his breaks nicely. He would be a great addition for the 49ers. As far as tight ends go, he's one of those ones that's up there. I like him. I like Will Mallory. I think those two guys are very solid. And of course, late round, there's a lot of guys I really like, including Blake Whiteheart out of Wake Forest. So we'll see if that happens and if he's available later on. Let's see. Brandon West says 49ers are reported to be trading up. Freeland. I hope not. I think if you're trading up, I hope it's not for a project like Blake Freeland. I don't think Blake Freeland would help the San Francisco 49ers this year for sure, and maybe not even next year. Athletically gifted like crazy. At 304 pounds, I just don't think he has the size to be able to anchor in the NFL. And I saw some holes in his game. But at 99 to 102, I would welcome it. Jets pick is in, and it is Joe Tippmann, center out of Wisconsin. They go offensive line. I thought maybe they would go offensive tackle, but Joe Tippmann, very solid interior offensive lineman. If you're playing O-line in Wisconsin, you're pretty solid, and he's definitely a good center prospect. So a solid pick by the New York Football Jets as they look to build an offensive line. They have some talented guys, but continue to build for Aaron Rodgers, and Tippmann's a guy that can definitely do it in the run game. And with Breece Hall last year getting drafted, now they're able to add Tippmann. But he's a pretty talented guy. And the Jets are doing a good job of building an offensive line. So I like that pick of Joe Tippmann here at this point. BA signed 5th-year option. Yeah, that definitely came down. So his 5th-year option was exercised by the team, which means in 2024 he is slated to make a little over $14 million. So that's good news for the 49ers. This year he'll play, he'll still play for his normal base salary, which is definitely a lot cheaper. And then next year it'll go up. So I think that the 49ers were comfortable with that. I think the way that they're able to structure different contracts, including Nick Bosa and other guys that they're bringing in, that they can make sure that they're going to, have guys available or money available for Brandon Ayuk, especially for the 2024 season. I think they will try to assign him to an extension next offseason that will kind of fluctuate his money, because Debo was a 3-year deal, so they can kind of work the money to where they're not having huge hits on either contract and kind of work some contracts high, some contracts low for several players, including Bosa. So really, really high on them bringing back BA. I like it. Mr. Corey says no to Blake Freeland. Brandon says, agreed with your assessment on Freeland, even as a BYU fan, but the upside is high, and he was recruited as a tight end quarterback. Yeah, the top end ability is there. I really do. I think so. He's athletic. He's got good feet. There's lots I really like about him in that category. His ability to get to second level and block linebackers is fantastic. All those things that you like. The problem is the things that people disliked about Mike McGlinchey, you can dislike about Blake Freeland. He definitely can't anchor in the passing game. He gets drove back. He also doesn't have as good a technique with his hands, as McGlinchey. So I think there's a lot of work there now. But if you're telling me we're drafting Blake Freeland and then we're going to sit him for 2 years while Colton McKivitz starts, Colton McKivitz got a 2-year deal, and he's going to play in year 3, and he's going to be our right tackle the future for year 3 and 4. I'm okay with that. I think that's a solid investment and a guy that could develop, that you could turn into something special in the future. I just think if you're expecting Blake Freeland to come in year 1 and start, I think you're going to get disappointed, because I don't think he's going to be as good as Colton McKivitz in year 1. Athletically, he's more gifted, but as far as technique, traits, and able to play in the NFL and anchor against really solid defensive linemen, I think that's where Colton McKivitz has an advantage. And that's where I wonder if you trade up to get an offensive lineman that doesn't have the ability to start in year 1. I think if you do, that's an interesting move. But you never know, right? At some point, you do have to get guys for the future. and we'll see. But I've been pretty consistent as far as I'm fine with Blake Freeland at 99 through 102. But going up to get him, no. And if he was available after that, then I would come up and get him. Like, let's say we got to picks 120 to 125 and Blake Freeland's still available. Moving from 155 up, I think is definitely something that's worth it because he could be a big-time get later on. So let's see what's going on and who's still available. Of course, things are still going down. There's lots of stuff happening behind the scenes in this draft for sure. There's lots of movement. People are coming and going. But I want to take a look at some positions of who's available as we just continue to keep track of which guys. We still have Brian Branch, a safety, available as the Colts pick is in. I'm going to see who this is real quick before I continue my conversation on the availability of players. And Julius Brents, cornerback out of Kansas State. It's read an article about the 49ers trading up for Julius Brents. To me, it was too rich. And he's a solid player. Colts give themselves a good one. But ultimately, I don't think he was somebody that was within the 49ers realm of possibilities or targets. So he doesn't even come off my board at all. So Brian Branch is still available. I think he's very, very solid. A guy that, could definitely make an impact in the NFL. And Cam Smith out of South Carolina is available. Trenton Simpson, the linebacker out of Clemson. 49ers, I don't expect them to go linebacker. Josh Downs out of North Carolina. Osiris Torrance, Mr. Corey's guy, offensive guard from Florida. He's available. Darnell Washington out of Georgia. He's available. We still have quarterbacks on the board. Hendon Hooker. Niners will not go with a quarterback this early for sure. Jalen Hyatt, the straightaway speed guy out of Tennessee. Adebawore, the edge guy out of Northwestern, still available. If you're looking for interior offensive line, John Michael Schmitz is still available. One of my favorite guys, Keon White, edge rusher out of Georgia Tech. Kind of surprised he's still available. I thought he would have went by now. I thought he was going to go kind of in that 30 to 40 range. So still tons of players, that are available for, the 49ers to pounce on, including, lots of cornerbacks, safeties. So we'll see who kind of slips and falls and, who's going to be available. And Cody Mock still hasn't come off the board as the Detroit Lions are now on the clock. So we're nearing 50, getting nearly halfway to the 49ers pick, which is absolutely fantastic. Mr. Corey says the Super Bowl window is now. We need immediate impact players. I agree wholeheartedly. I think you need guys that can make impacts in one. Freddie McDray says Laporta, Mingo, Foskey, Hall, all gone. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're really talented players. And, these talent scouts, they do this for a living. They know who are the guys. And so sometimes when you see stuff, you're like, oh, that guy's going to slip. Most of the time they don't because these guys don't miss, and there's a lot of hype that goes into some of these players. But realistically, it's just once coaches and front office personnel get to the film together, they can make educated, intelligent personnel decisions. And usually that means finding, guys like that. And all four of those guys that you just brought up were extremely talented. All of them should go in the second round and did. And it's cool. What's up, Cam? How's it going? Says, what do you think about Marte Mapu later in the draft? I like him. I think it's all about value. Right? He's kind of been one of those guys that's been screaming up the board. He was, when it was like around the Senior Bowl time, he was an undrafted free agent. About a month ago, he was a 6th-round pick. And then recently, I've seen him as high as the late 3rd round, which I think that's a little high for Marte Mapu. But I think he's a very talented player. I think there's questions between, where you're going to play him at safety or linebacker. I guess it depends on the defense at which he goes to. I think the 49ers would find value in Mapu, especially on special teams, and then eventually him translating into potentially playing linebacker for them in the future. The question will be, is where do they think that value is? I see him more as a 6th-round value. I think he's very talented. If you took him the 5th round, I don't think that's too far of a stretch. But I think that's kind of where his sweet spot is, that 6th to 7th round. And I think you're believing you're getting a lot of value in Mapu. So yeah, he's a good player, and there's a ton of really talented players that are going to be kind of going in that range that can make an impact. Another guy that I'm a huge fan of is Thomas Incoom, a defensive end out of Central Michigan. And I think if the 49ers got him, I'd be super excited. To me, he's a Kerry Hyder build with a little more athletic ability and a lot more bend, flexibility in his ankles. He can bend the corner and get there. His first step is very elite. To me, he makes sense as a guy who can not only play the run on base downs, but can also get to the quarterback. So pretty excited about, the potential of guys later on in this draft. Michael Humphrey says, John Lynch said we have to win now. So I picked 99 defensive back, 101 trade to Washington for Young, and 102 tight end. Yeah, I think that there's going to be a plenty of defensive backs. The question is, do you go get an outside corner to go compete with Deommodore Lenoir? Do you go get a safety? I don't know. The 49ers really haven't shown value at safety, but it could happen. They never drafted interior offensive linemen until they drafted Aaron Banks. So they are willing to break the norms on what they usually do. So that's possible. And I think you're right. I mean, if you're going to trade, right, if you have to trade one of those third round picks, I don't care if it's 99, 101 or 102, to Washington for Chase Young, I think you do it. You make sure you bring in a very talented guy to put opposite of Nick Bosa. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous with Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead. Those four guys together is an elite pass rush. You've seen what the Eagles did as far as drafting defensive linemen, and you can't play games. So the 49ers have to make sure they stay aggressive and go get the guys that they need, to make an impact on their team. So to me, 49ers move to restructure Christian McCaffrey is probably a direct correlation with some of the moves that are being made, knowing that they need to go and make it happen right now. So they could get more aggressive here really quickly, but attacking defensive back who can make an impact, getting Young and then getting a tight end that can help behind George Kittle, I think are definitely ways to go about it. The Detroit Lions pick is in. Let's see who they end up getting. Very curious who Detroit ends up getting. And they get Brian Branch, a safety out of Alabama. Detroit's doing it again. Solid defensive pickup. They continue to hit on good players, and Branch was one of the guys left over from yesterday that was in the green room. So good to see him get picked. He thought he was going to be a first-round pick. He had to wait till 45. Here's the thing. NFL does not value safeties. This is the first safety to come off the board, and I mean, this is just one thing that they're having to learn. The safeties is not a value, just like the way running backs is usually not a value. Two of them went in the first round. It's just not a value. And I think the fact that the first one didn't go till 45 means there's going to be really good safeties available. And for the 49ers, that, later on in this draft, could they wait all the way to 155? I think that's more realistic. They could even wait till that fifth round pick to be able to go out and get a safety. But good pick by the Detroit Lions. Very solid player. Ziggy says, what do you think Chase Young's value right now pick wise? I think they could easily kick him a third round pick and potentially like a next year 6. I think you could do that. You give him a third round pick next year that turns into a second round pick with play or something like that. I think that all those things are definitely on the table. But I think kind of the start range would be anywhere from a 2 to a 3. I think that's the range for Chase Young where it starts. I think there could be a kicker. I think the question is, are the 49ers going to exercise his fifth-year option? If he's going to be a one-year rental at $5.4 million, I think you do lose a little bit of trade value if you're Washington. So in that case, you're going to get a little bit less because the 49ers don't want to turn multiple picks for a rental. But they have been willing to do it before. Emmanuel Sanders, they traded for in the 2019 season. They gave up a third and a fourth round pick, a third that coming year and the fourth the next year. So to me, the 49ers have been willing to do this before. And if it really is all in, then they definitely would be willing to give up that amount. A third and a fourth wouldn't be out of the question. Maybe even a second and a third. We'll see. Michael Humphrey says, I say outside corner and shut it down with edge rushers on and outside corners. They'll make everyone come across the middle. Yeah, who would you take, Michael, with that first pick if they were available as far as cornerback? There's some good ones. I think guys who could definitely make plays, for the 49ers. Guys who could come in and compete with Deommodore Lenoir. We'll see if they beat him out. I think you have to get those guys early with pick 99 through 102. You can't wait until the 5th round. I think you're going to get a guy that can definitely start. But to me, it makes a lot of sense for the 49ers to go ahead and address defensive back at some point, whether it's cornerback or safety. It could be just a versatile player, like somebody like Jay Ward or somebody that's versatile to play safety and nickel. Patriots are on the clock for pick 46. We'll see what they end up doing. The good news is my board here is still looking pretty good, so I was pretty consistent on who was going to be available for the 49ers. We haven't lost too many of them yet, but we are working towards getting close to that area. Mr. Corey says we're going to have to give the Commanders a second for Young. No way they take our low thirds. Oh, we could give them a real third next year. This is one of those things. You give them the real third next year, and then you put value on it. So you give them a 3 this year, a third next year that could develop into a 2. That would make sense, or even give them a 5th round pick this year, and then give them, a 3 next year that could go to a 2 with, depending on how he plays. I think those are on the table. I think those would make sense for the 49ers for sure. So I think that's how you'd have to go about it if you're planning on bringing in a player like Chase Young. The only thing we do know for sure, the 49ers have the financial ability to make a move during the draft if they would like. And Marvin says he only played, I think, 2 games last year, Mr. Corey, and the Commanders are not going to renew his 5th year. Yeah, that's the question mark. If it's a 1-year deal, if for $5.4 million, what kind of trade value can you get? I think that's the bigger question. I think if there is a good amount of trade value there, you go ahead and, you add the guy that you need to add. But to me, it would be a huge get for the 49ers. And I was so shocked when they were, we had kind of talked about this a couple months ago, the possibility of Chase Young being available, and then you had also now Montez Sweat maybe being available. It's an interesting move by Washington. They're coming up on the clock here at 47 after we get the pick here from the New England Patriots. Let's see who they take. Hopefully it's no one that we really want, because we've lost some guys. We don't want to lose anyone else as we're nearing pick 47. So Vollmer is here to make the pick. See who he picks. Keon White, great pick. Keon White is an absolute beast off the edge out of Georgia Tech. So that's a solid move. I thought he would go maybe 10 picks earlier. I think his face shows that he thought he should go 10 picks earlier. But he's going to be a beast, and he's going to fit in New England's scheme. He's going to have to get after the quarterback, and I think he'll do a really good job. So that's a solid pick by them. Another really, really good player off the board, but not someone on the top 75, because I did not think he would make it to San Francisco. I thought there was no chance of it happening. But, I mean, he's a good mover. He's aggressive. He has a good motor. All the things you like about guys coming into the league. And so he's going to make an impact in their defense. They're running the 3-4. He'll play 5 tech. And there's a lot of versatility there. And so solid pick by New England. And now we're going to be on pick 47. Washington's going to be picking. So inching closer to pick 50. So I guess we're getting close to the 49ers. Not really. Just being hopeful, because there's 49ers still have a long ways to go before we ever even come close to getting to them. But yeah, I'm excited about the guys that are still available. There's still some good dudes that the 49ers can definitely grab. And I mean, that's what it's about. Yeah, Marvin says Belichick drafting defense. Anyone surprised? No, definitely not surprised at all. You have to make sure, you go lock up, especially when there's talent like this. You make sure you lock them up, and we know they've had a lot of success in the second. So the London Fletcher's here to announce the Washington football team's pick 47. Their pick is in. So curious to see where they go here. Maybe it gives us an idea. Will they go edge? They went Dartavis Martin. Woo! Good pick. So they went defense. They went with a solid player, the guy that can play the nickel. I mean, this is a very, very talented guy out of Illinois. So that's a very solid pick. I like that pick a lot, and that's another guy off the board for our 75. So, um, 49ers, we still got a lot of talented guys. The good news is, there's a lot of guys that are going to be available for the 49ers in that area, but solid pick by Washington Commanders. Martin Mayhew's getting a stud right here. This dude's a player with a lot of position versatility, a guy that can fit in the run game, but also can cover and lock you up. This is a solid pick, and I like it. I like it. And Mr. Corey says, "Ant, you can take another honeymoon and be back before we pick." That's what it feels like, right? It feels like I could go and come back and would have plenty of time. That's freaking great. So let's go back. Let's go over. Let's see, which guys are still available. That are probably going to come off the board here pretty soon. We still have some guys that potentially they thought were going to be off the board that are still there, and there's some good players still available for sure. Kylie Ringo still available, unless I missed that, but I think he's still available. Cam Smith out of South Carolina still available. Trenton Simpson, the linebacker out of Clemson. DeJuan Jones out of Ohio State. Josh Downs, Osiris Torrance. So Darnell Washington, tight end out of Georgia. There's still a lot of really good football players here that are going to be coming off the board. And then we'll get to some of those guys, that are going to be closer to the 49ers range. We should be getting into Cody Mock range here pretty soon. He should be drafted. This is kind of where I saw him going, kind of in the 48 to 60 range. So we'll see. Tampa Bay's pick is in right now, and we'll get an idea of where they go. They need a lot of help at a lot of different positions. So Roger Goodell's going to announce their pick, and we'll see if it's a guy coming off the board or if it's one of the guys that we just expected to already be drafted. Cody Mock. So there it is. Cody Mock ends up being the guy. Makes a lot of sense that he would go off the board right here. This is kind of the range that we all thought. So solid pick by the Buccaneers to get Cody Mock. And that's a really good player. I did not put him on my board because I expected him to be drafted. But that's a solid pickup for Tampa Bay. Let's see. Great one says, "I'm pissed off now. I was hoping Niners can get Jartavius Martin." He's a good player. Jartavius Martin was great. There was a lot of hope that he was going to fall, but he was really good on film. It doesn't shock me. It's just like with Cody Mock. I would have loved to have got him. He would have fit perfectly with the 49ers scheme. You could have plug and played him at right tackle next to Spencer Burford. It would have been great, and he's off the board. So, yeah, we're losing good players that we really like in this process and that we've been fans of, and it's tough. Now we're going to watch them go compete for other teams. And then Brandon says, "What do you think of Joey Fisher?" So Joey Fisher was an interesting guy out of Shepherd, a small college guy. Overall, I thought he had good technique. Here's my problem with Shepherd. Number one, he had a lot of injuries in college. But number two, there's just way too many plays where he throws people down. He just throws them down. I think level of competition was something I had concerns about. He held up okay in the Senior Bowl. I think I would have, liked to see a little bit more reps from him. But to me, Joey Fisher is a late round guy. If you're going to take a chance on him, I don't think you could do it before the 6th round just because of all the injury history. But he's definitely a talented guy that could project to playing well in the NFL. So somebody to keep an eye on for sure as we get, after the 5th round into the 6th round. 6th and 7th round, Joey Fisher would make sense as a guy that could come in and develop. Just see where he's at health-wise. Greenwood says, damn, I wanted Martin. The great one's feeling it. I feel bad for you. Feeling bad for you. Mr. Court says, "All right, and it's time for the move by the Niners, Chase Young and or a 2nd round pick." I'm down for it. I hope the 49ers make a move and grab Chase Young. I that's why I put out the video. Yeah, I'm all for it. Yeah, somebody asked me in the live stream, T.O. did, and he was like, "Hey, Chase Young." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm about it." I'm a huge fan of it. I think that, the value wise, I don't think you're going to find anyone now, especially that we've gotten to this portion of the draft. We're not going to find a young player that is as dynamic as Chase Young could be, especially playing in a wide 9 with Chris Kasarik and the physical freak that he is to be able to get off the edge, the bend at his size, the power. I just think He's a great fit for the San Francisco 49ers. I'd be willing to make the trade, Mr. Corey. So if you told me to take a second-round pick next year, yeah, I'm all in. I'm doing it because I want to add a big-time player to the roster, and he's definitely, a guy that would make an impact, and I think it would change some things as far as how, people look at the 49ers defensive line. Because right now, I mean, Drake Jackson's slated to be the guy, and Drake Jackson's pretty good. I mean, he's good. What's he going to be? I think that's a bigger question. But I do think he's going to be solid, especially on obvious pass downs. I just wonder, what he's going to do as far as, play to play, stopping the run. I think that's what's going to be interesting. So those are some things that, going to need to be monitored. But I think the 49ers are looking to add guys, and they're going to keep doing it. So fifth-year option for Brandon Ayuk is been reported. Of course, a lot of people have brought that up. I figured that's what his agent called about, but now that is definitely out there that is the case. So that's good news for the 49ers. They're making some moves, bringing some guys in, and they freed up some cap space with Christian McCaffrey to potentially go out there and make a move and bring in a big-time talent. Let's see. David says, are the Commanders soured on Young? Yeah. They announced that they weren't going to pick up his fifth-year option, which basically means they're going to let him play out the remaining year of his contract. So this next year would be the final year of his contract, and then they're going to let him be a free agent. Now, they could ultimately, if he had a good season, they could franchise him and do all that stuff. But usually when a team decides not to pick up your fifth-year option, it means there is a belief that they need to go a different direction. So the fact that they didn't do that, and there was reports 2 months ago that they weren't going to do that, I thought that this was, a possibility, but then you didn't hear anything else about it. Then it came back up over the last week or so, and then eventually Ron Rivera officially did confirm that that's the case. So it's interesting. Pick 49 here for the Steelers. So we're almost to 50, and we're going to get Keanu Benton, defensive tackle out of Wisconsin. So the Steelers are doing their thing, getting another big physical guy that fits what they like to do on defense. Is a solid move, getting a little bit of help, a little bit of run stopping on the interior. But he can move some guys. He's fun to watch. I enjoyed watching Keanu Benton for sure out of Wisconsin. He did a very good job. He's fun. He's a lot of fun. Score says, would you prefer Kraft or Schoonmaker? I prefer Kraft. I prefer Schoonmaker out of the two. To be honest, there's some other tight ends I like better later. But both of those guys would be solid for the 49ers. I think both of them are balanced and talented. I know, everyone's kind of got their cup of tea, and I got, my cup of tea is not those two guys, but I would love them playing for the 49ers. I like Schoonmaker, but I like guys who have kind of an elite trait. So for Will Mallory, he has the speed. For Josh Weil, he has the size and fluidity as far as athletic ability. Brenton Strange is a heck of a blocker, but can also make some big time plays in the passing game. So for me, I like to find those guys. For others, it's all about balance, about finding guys who are well rounded. I just like guys who it's if I could teach you technique, I can get you to a higher level because of your athletic ability or your freakiness to do something special. So it's just kind of the way people look at it. And the Packers pick is in, so we're going to see what it ends up being. Leroy Butler, he was a good player for a while. I wasn't a huge fan of him when he played against the 49ers back in the early 90s, but he was a good player. Jaden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan State. So some of the wide receivers the 49ers met with, Jonathan Mingo, Jaden Reed went way earlier than anticipated. And Jaden Reed was on the list of players that the 49ers could target in this draft. So I have to take him off the board. So another guy goes down. That's 5 players from the top 75 board available for the 49ers, for rounds 3 through 7. So there's some guys going. Jaden Reed's a very good physical football player. But 5'11", he moves very quickly, runs good routes. This was a solid pick. I think if the 49ers had planned on moving away from Brandon Ayuk, Jaden Reed would have made a lot of sense for them. And, if depending on, how they were going to go, but I'd rather have Ayuk, but solid move for Green Bay. And here we are. Jordan Love is not getting the Aaron Rodgers treatment. They've went out and they've gotten him 2 weapons now, Luke Musgrave and Jaden Reed. It's so funny that, they're getting guys and bringing them in when Aaron Rodgers just couldn't get anyone. They would not draft anyone for Aaron Rodgers until last year. Last year was kind of the first time they did it. But I think it's funny. It's interesting. And the Dolphins pick is in. So here we go. We're starting to fly through this as we get to 51. I like it. Teron Armstead ready to make the selection. This is a time when you can lose a player that fits the 49er scheme because of Mike McDaniel. This is, I believe it's the Dolphins' first pick in the draft. So I'm curious where they go with this pick. Armstead's definitely doing some talking. Bernie McDre is not happy about this draft. I'm going to get to that in a second. As soon as this pick is in from the Dolphins, I'll get to what you're talking about, Freddie McDre, because I definitely do want to discuss it and want to talk about it. Cam Smith, cornerback, South Carolina, solid pick. Way to build the defense there in Miami. So you got to give. You gotta like that sign was fantastic. But Cam Smith's a good player, very, very aggressive cornerback. But Freddie McDre says the draft is making me not a Trey Lance fan. We gave up way too much for him. I mean, you thought you were getting your quarterback, forever. I mean, the future, right? The franchise quarterback. And the draft capital you gave up, pretty equivalent for what you would give up for a player of that category. Of course, it hasn't worked out. A lot of that has to do with injuries. He definitely was, I think, a lot greener than they expected in year 1. And then in year 2, when he was ready to go, he just, he couldn't get healthy. He got hurt in week 2. And that was a huge problem for him. So he just hasn't got the snaps and been able to play. But they drafted a quarterback that had a lot of upside, but needed a lot of development on a team that was Super Bowl ready. So there was going to be some interesting steps there. The Kansas City Chiefs did the same thing. They said Patrick Mahomes the entire first year. The second year he came in, guns blazing. That did not work out for the 49ers as Trey Lance didn't do that. But pick 52 is already in. Seattle's up and ready to announce the pick. So we're flying along now, which I absolutely love as we're getting closer to the 49ers pick at pick 99. And the Seattle Seahawks, I wonder who they're going to go with. They've had a very good draft again. Last year was fantastic. Tariq Woolen, Boy Mafi, really talented players. And now KJ Wright is about to announce, who they've added to the roster now. They went edge rusher earlier, and now they go Zach Charbonnet. So adding to that running back room, Charbonnet is a very good player. I actually broke him down last year when he flirted around with going into the draft. The balance, the way he's able to read and run, he's going to be a nice 1-2 punch up there. This is a solid pick, so well done by them. Charbonnet's got some real balance. He's been playing for UCLA for 2 years, and I think that he was a solid pickup. So they're doing a good job. They're building their team the way Pete Carroll likes to build their team post Russ, and that is building through defense, building through pass rush, building with cornerbacks with like a Legion of Boom style, and then with a plethora of running backs. And Charbonnet's a good one. I think that's a great pick by the Seattle Seahawks, and they're definitely getting better. Let's see. David says, congratulations, and Jess. I did see that ring on one of your videos. Happy for you both. Thank you so much, David. Really, really appreciate it. Yep, the ring is on the finger now, so it's all official. Freddie says, CMC was worth the trade. I agree. CMC was definitely worth the trade. I love it. I have no problems giving up the picks that we did. Christian McCaffrey earned that, and more. Marvis Purdy, by the way, was a 4-year starter at Iowa State. You're right. He was. He had a lot of experience, and I think the 49ers definitely, part of the reason they drafted him was because of the experience, but I also think a lot of that had to go with the quarterback room. You changed up the coaching staff, and the coaches really liked what Brock Purdy provided, but it was all about timing and precision and the way he went about offense. And I think that, having guys who have those veteran snaps to coincide, and I think they knew Jimmy Garoppolo was on the way out. So you bring in a guy that has that, even though it was just college veteran experience, that was nice to put with a young guy like Trey Lance who didn't have those snaps. So you didn't have it in a veteran player, but you could have that in a young player. And I think Brock Purdy acquitted himself very well. Worktail says, Ant, who's your best player still available? I'm going Byron Young, edge rusher out of Tennessee. That's my best player available as far as who I think is going to be available for the 49ers, because there are some other guys that are available that I think, would make an impact, but I don't think they're going to be available for the 49ers when we get to 99. So Byron Young would be my guy. I wanted a speed edge rush guy off the edge. I think him and Zach Harrison are two guys I'm a huge fan of. And as we inch closer, to the 49ers pick, there's going to be some guys, as we've seen Charbonnet go off, there's going to be some guys, that could potentially, that are still falling, that the 49ers might be tempted to come up and get. Would the 49ers be tempted to come up and get a Osiris Torrance or a Darnell Washington? I think those are possibilities as we get inch closer to the 49ers pick. Once we get to about 75, 80, that's when the realistic hopes of the 49ers trading up really happen, because there'll be some good players available. We are seeing a lot of the players that most people like going off the board, but there's still a lot of really talented football players the 49ers can take advantage of. And I think that right now, I think they would be happy if you showed them the board and said, hey, these guys are still available. I think they'd be okay. And then Mr. Court says, Aunt, you married Jess. Yes, I did. I did marry Jess. So if you see her on here, and that's why she keeps saying, who's your wife? Because that's my wife, is Jess. Yeah, I married Jess, and she's pretty cool. Yeah, she's pretty cool. She lets me do my stuff. So she lets me do my 49er stuff and all that stuff. So yeah, she's great. Let's see. Brandon West says Charbonnet is going to be tough to bring down. Yeah, I'm with you, Brandon. He's one of those guys that, is definitely a fan of. I didn't even really break him down this year. I did such an extensive breakdown of Charbonnet last year. I knew who he was. I would have taken him in the third round last year. And now he's a second round pick, and he's very solid. He catch the ball in the backfield. He can do it all. That was a great pick by Seattle. And I hate to see Seattle getting better, but they keep having really good drafts, and their running back room has gotten better. They're definitely got guys who stay healthy now. So they're doing a good job. And this is how Pete builds teams. He wants to get, big physical cornerbacks who are suffocating. He wants people that can put pressure on the quarterback from all areas. The one thing he hasn't done yet, still the Achilles heel for this defense for the Seattle Seahawks, is the interior defensive line. He has to address it. Now, they did a little bit in free agency, but it's still not there. They brought back Bobby Wagner. That's great. But where they're going to have problems is, there's a couple of things. Stopping the 49ers run game is still a problem for Seattle. That's going to be a problem. And number two, they still don't have a matchup for George Kittle. Jamal's not going to be able to do that. Bobby Wagner can't do that. So those two guys for sure can't. And then also Christian McCaffrey. Those are the matchup issues. And I think that they've got to figure out how to handle that. And we've seen Bobby Wagner played against Christian McCaffrey on 2 consecutive weeks. One against him when he played for Carolina. I'm sorry, it was I think it was consecutive weeks for them because they had a bye week. And then against them when he played for the 49ers, and they were not able to stop McCaffrey at all. So I think that, yes, Bobby Wagner's great, but it's still something the 49ers have the weapons that they need. Let's see. Freddie McDray says, what are we going to give up to move up? Is it worth it? Let's not sell the farm. I think it would have to be, the juice would have to be worth the squeeze. And minus it being worth the squeeze, I just don't think so. So, I don't think right now, but if we get to the point where there's a really good player available. Okay, so the Bears went with Gervin Dexter, huge defensive tackle out of Florida. This is kind of the range that, once again, I don't have on my board. I expected him to be gone. Some people had him going late 3. I didn't think it was a possibility. This guy's a big freak, a physical, beast. He moves people. He gets off the ball quickly. So it's a great pick by the Bears as they're looking to continue to build. But this guy is a 2-gapper. He can take on multiple people. He gets skinny. He gets penetration. Very solid player. So good. I think the only questions for him are about motivation and making sure he consistently gives forth effort. I think if he does end up having a high motor, or they feel comfortable with him doing those things, he'll be an impact player for sure. What's up, Brad? How's it going? Says finally able to watch a live stream, man. I'm glad you're here. So then good to hear you're finally made you an honest man. Yeah, I'm an honest man now. Well said. Mr. Christian, are you going to be on until we pick? Yeah, I'm going to stay on the whole time. I'm just going to roll through the entire second and third round, talk about all the picks, and just have some fun with it. I have no problems doing these long marathons. Tomorrow, I plan on going on, before the fourth round and staying on all the way through the seventh. So I'll be here. And the last year we were on all the way until pick 262, and the Niners picked. So Brock Purdy, and I just, come on, have some fun, kick back. I got all kinds of snacks here next to me in case I need something to eat or drink. My wife hooked me up, so I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to go through this thing. Now, the only time it could get interesting, right, if it needs to go with the bathroom break, that would you might get an empty chair for a minute. Sorry, guys, if that happens. But so far, so good. Randy says a gator in Florida. Interesting, right? Yeah, surprising that there was a gator in Florida, Randy. And here comes the pick for the Chargers. We'll see what they end up doing here. The good news is, right, are we going to get Joe Staley? I know he's there to make a pick. Is he going to make all three selections for the 49ers? I hope so. I like Staley. He makes me laugh. So the pick is in. Let's see what the Chargers do. Hopefully no one comes off the board because I'm really enjoying the fact that Byron Young is still here. Zach Harrison is still here. They're the top two guys on my board. My top 75 that I had for the 49ers going for pick 99 on. And it's, Thule is gone from USC. I did believe he was going to be gone, so he's not on my top 75. That's a solid pick. And the Chargers added a very good player. It's going to throw up the tees and bring some damage off the outside. This is a good pick by the Chargers, and we're rolling. We're almost a pick 55, so good to see the draft going. And I've never seen a guy. I don't know if anyone watched that game against the bowl game last year. The fact too, he almost got home so many times and just couldn't quite finish. It's one of the most frustrating things. But this dude's a beast. He's going to be an impact player, and they are adding edge depth to an already beast room that's got Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. Gotta like what they're doing. But, I mean, what do you have to do in the AFC West? You have to be able to rush the passer. You have to be able to stop all the great quarterbacks. That's how you get to Patrick Mahomes. That's how you get to Russell Wilson and now Jimmy Garoppolo. So it makes sense. Keep loading up on these talent because that's the neutralizer for great quarterbacks is great pass rushers. Brad just says, are we getting a little bit more of Horst or Alex today? No, I actually asked Horst, and he was texting me earlier. I asked him yesterday if he would come on, and he kind of him-hawed around about it and didn't end up coming on. So I didn't even set up for him to come in and come on. So no, I mean, right now it doesn't look like we're going to have anyone on today. I wanted to have guys on today and tomorrow, but so far it hasn't materialized. So we'll see what happens. Brad says, and yep, Staley making all three picks. There you go. Love it. Absolutely love it. And David says, trying to offset the inevitable Joey Bosa injury. He has proven to be sort of injury prone over the last couple of years. Dude is a beast. He really is. I think leverage wise, I think Nick being shorter makes him a better pass rusher than Joey, but man, Joey's good. Yeah, always worry about that always want that dream scenario, right? Nick and Joey on the same team. It'll probably never happen because they're just going to make too much money to be able to play together. But boy, would that be fantastic. The Bosa brothers on the same team. It would be tremendous. But, so far it hasn't come. So on my board, the best available players for the 49ers, and I know there's other players, but this is a board that was set for basically from about pick 90 through the end of the seventh round. For the mere fact that, I don't know if the Niners are going to trade up, but I didn't think they're going to use a lot of trade value to move up. So Byron Young's my number one guy, followed by Zach Harrison. And then we get to like Kaibu Kelly, Jalen Duncan, Braden Daniels, Carl Brooks, Josh Weil, Isaiah McGuire, Jamie Robinson, Wanya Morris. So we're kind of getting into, those are the guys that I have high on the board that could be available for the 49ers. There were guys that I put maybe a little bit lower if I felt they could be there, but The odds of them being there wasn't great. I would go ahead, and kind of move them off. So right now, those are the guys that I have available for the 49ers, and I think they would make an impact for sure. And Horse says, it's my fault. It's all my fault. See, Horse knows. It's all his fault. Well done, Horse. Way to take it. Mr. Court said, Ant, what do you like about Josh Weil? He looks a little stiff to me. I thought he was a fluid athlete. I really did. I liked his ability to catch the football and turn into a runner immediately. I thought he was a guy that made sense for the 49ers. I think he would have to get better in the passing game. I mean, in the blocking game. I thought he was a willing blocker. I thought that second level, third level blocks were there. I thought he did good against secondary players, but he would have to get better against linebackers. And then, of course, if he played inline, he'd have to get better against edge. I think, though, what he would do is make sure that when you got into football situations that if George Kittle went out, you wouldn't have to worry about getting production from the tight end in the passing game because Josh Weil could do that. So I really liked his ability to be able to help in that category. But to me, there's just something about him just stood out. Every time I watched him, I was just like, man. And I would get high on other guys, and then I would go back and watch some more Josh Weil film, and I'm like, you know what? I kind of like this guy. And he just kept kind of being in the back of my mind. A player that I was a fan of that I thought had some tremendous upside. I think the perfect situation for the 49ers is to get a very well-rounded tight end, whether that was like a Brenton Strange, or a guy like Blake Whiteheart, and then also get a guy with a huge upside like Will Mallory, who's a developmental blocker, or a Josh Weil. Getting those guys with some elite traits. Mallory with the 4.5 40. By doing that, you get, kind of the best of both worlds, because I do think they need to upgrade over both tight ends that they have in the room currently behind George Kittle. And I think you could do that with several players. So I'm a fan of him. Yeah, Randy says he's a nut. I love film. Brad says, I missed the start of the second round. Where did Martin Mayher go? Martin Mayher. Maybe are you talking about Mayer? Michael Mayer? He went to, trying to remember exactly who he went to. It was a somebody that needed a tight end. Shoot, I'm going blank on who it was. If somebody remembers, put it in chat where Michael Mayer went. I thought it was a solid choice at the time, but I can't remember who ended up drafting him. Oh, it was who had Jason Witten? Not the Cowboys, but the other team that he ended up going to, right? They did the whole the tight end. Let me see who it is. I don't remember. Why am I going blank? Michael Mayer. Steelers? Raiders? Raiders. There you go. David Campbell. Mr. Corey are on it. Thank you, guys. I could not remember for whatever reason. But yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Rashee Rice out of SMU goes off the board. Figured he would be, so he's not on my board, so that's good. Randy Daytona says it was an Urs team. Oh, yeah, it's an NFL team whose name ends with S. Yeah, right? Well done. Oh, I love that. That seriously got me on that one. That was good. Rashee Rice for the Chiefs. Of course, they had to upgrade. I think they were hoping they were going to be able to get DeAndre Hopkins. Arizona's being a little bit tough about that, saying they're going to keep him and be bullish about it. But Rashee Rice is a solid player out of SMU. He'll be a nice addition for Patrick Mahomes. We'll probably be talking about this guy being a significant playmaker in year one, as they're kind of switching to go with Tony and some of the younger, quicker guys that they've gotten over the last couple of years. And so, there's a lot of talent in this draft, and now we see wide receiver. Chicago's back on the board. They've went Darnell Wright, great pick, and Gervin Dexter, great pick. So they've done a pretty good job. Their pick is in. We're almost 40 picks away from the 49ers selecting. So we got that going for us. You don't have Osiris Torrance on that board. No, and I'll tell you why. Because I think he's going to get drafted before the 49ers were able to get him, Mr. Corey. So when I made my board, I didn't just go from like first round on like top players, because if I did, right, it would be like a more significant board. What I did was go with players I felt would be available from about pick 90 on to the 7th round, and put 75 guys that I felt the 49ers would want in their system. So Osiris, even though I love the player, I just don't think he's going to be there. I don't think I'll be surprised if he makes it out of the 2nd round. So he's a very solid player. Tyreek Stevenson, cornerback out of Miami, goes to the Bears. So the Bears get a very athletic corner to put on the outside. So far they're doing some good things. Good to see the Bears trying to build a roster. I'm sure that they would, they added talent now with DJ Moore. Of course, they got Chase Claypool. So they've got some talent now on the outside, and now they're working on defense. And Stevenson's he's a very fun player to watch. Has some good technique. Can be handsy and grabby at the top of the break, which could be a problem for him in the NFL. But he shows some speed and some quick good quick area quickness. I like him a lot. Short area quickness. So yeah, I'm a fan of Tyreek Stevenson overall. I think this is a good spot for him at 56. We'll see how he ends up developing in the NFL. But right now, there's not a lot of players that are misses for sure. Mr. Course said Darnell Wright was the player I wanted over everyone in this draft. Me too. Darnell Wright would have been, my number one offensive lineman in the draft. He was fantastic. Another guy I was huge on was Matthew Bergeron. I just like both of them. I thought their technique was good, but Darnell Wright was a special player. He was really, really good. Would have loved for the 49ers to be able to get him, and hopefully next year the 49ers will be able to use a first-round pick at the end of the first round, very end of the first round, to select, someone great. So Giants pick is in, and we got is that a kicker? Lawrence Tynes is about to do the announcement. We'll see who he gets. Love the t-shirt, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. And let's see who the Giants select. Is this somebody going to be off our board? John Michael Schmidt. So another guy who's really good on the interior, center out of Minnesota, but a player I figured was going to go. So this is kind of one of the reasons I figured Osiris is going to be coming here in the next 20 picks as well. And they're just not available for the 49ers, even though they're talented players. Guys that just aren't available. And that's why they're not on the top 75 for me. Last year, so you guys know how it went, me and Alex put together a top 50. And out of our top 50, there was 3 players that were selected from the 49ers out of our top 50, including Drake Jackson. He was definitely somebody that we were huge on. Danny Gray and Spencer Burford. So, we did a pretty good job last year on it. I'm hoping I did good. I expanded it to 75 to have a little bit more of the late round guys, but overall it's pretty fun. Travis says, I'm finding it hard to believe the biggest thing the 49ers do this weekend is pick from the 99th spot. I think the Christian McCaffrey restructure to create money makes me think, Traffic, you're on the right track, because I don't understand why the 49ers would free up that money right now. There's no reason to. But yeah, you took the 50-year option, Brandon Ayuk. That money doesn't kick in until 2024, so nothing there. The draft class, it was going to cost you, $200,000 because none of those contracts are going to be over the top 51. To me, there's got to be a bigger move coming, whether that is something in the draft or they're going to sign one of the free agent defensive ends. There should be something significant that happens from the 49ers over the next 48 hours. I think you're onto something. Why else do it? Why else free up $8 million if you don't have to? Yeah, you want to have operating money during the regular season, but they could have created that when they signed Nick Bosa to his new extension. That's inevitable before training camp. But I think, Traffic, you're 100% onto it, and I do expect something significant to happen with the 49ers. If they pick 99, I don't know. We'll see. But I'm like everyone else. I'm really hoping for a Chase Young trade. So Schoonmaker. So the Cowboys went Schoonmaker. The Cowboys got in the first round. They were going to go Dalton Kincaid, and then they got jumped. Also, now they wait until the end of the second round, and they pick up Luke Schoonmaker. Very, very talented tight end out of Michigan. But one of the guys that everyone's been happy and high on is off the board. Schoonmaker, very, very solid player. And, of course, Luke Schoonmaker was on my board, so he'll have to get moved off, because I think he was a guy I definitely thought the 49ers could end up taking. I'm a little surprised he went this high. Looking for him, or for whatever reason, I'm just okay. So Schoonmaker's off the books. No longer need Schoonmaker on there. So he's one of those guys that's gone. The 49ers still have plenty of options at tight end. They're the guys that are going to be available for the 49ers. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up going with. I'm looking at my board here, still looking pretty good as we continue to take guys off the top 75. Schoonmaker would have been a solid selection for the 49ers, but the Cowboys went ahead and struck. So I think they wanted Dalton Kincaid. The Buffalo Bills jumped up and grabbed him yesterday. And so now they go with a different style of fit. And like Randy Daytona says, yeah, he's a great fit. Yeah, he is. He's a great fit, for the Cowboys and what they do on offense. So Cowboys, trying to add more talent. We'll see. They still have some work to do, I think. And they definitely don't want to play the 49ers in the playoffs. It just hasn't worked out great for them. But I am curious if my guy Dave comes on. He's a huge Cowboys fan. What he thinks about the move to get Schoonmaker and Schoonmaker being off the board, Mr. Corey. How does that make you feel? Knowing that he's gone. So, Mr. Corey says three franchise left tackles in 2024 draft. I think that's where the 49ers strike. I really do. I think that's when you go and you get, the tackle of the future. Maybe Trent still has more years on his contract. If Trent's willing to come back for a couple more years, you draft that guy, you play him at right tackle, and then boom, flip him over to the other side. So we'll see. I'm definitely curious to see how the 49ers go about handling this. This wave of picks, and we're at 59, so that means the 49ers are officially 40 picks away. So we're getting really close, guys. It's almost time. Seems like so far away, but we're moving through it now. We're moving through. I think we've went through 27 picks. We got 40 to go. Get to the 49ers' first pick, and then we'll find out. So there's still some very talented players available in this draft. Darnell Washington, tight end, is available. So he's a guy definitely that is a little surprising to be here because of the talent. But you never know what teams are looking for. Osiris Torrance still available. Those are guys. Atabare is still available. That's the whole tweener thing. I think that was one of the reasons that he was going to fall. The value at linebacker means Trenton Simpson's still available. DJ Turner, the fast cornerback out of Michigan. DeJuan Jones still on the board. I think a lot of that goes to just the size and how he fits in some of the systems. With so many systems running zone schemes now, you got to be worried about a guy that's 6'8", 375 pounds. So there's definitely some guys still available. Brenton Strange, tight end. He's got to be, one of the guys that's high up on the board. Byron Young. I think there's a real good chance, depending on how some of these other teams are looking at edge rusher, that he could make it close to 99. And the question is, if he gets to pick 90, do the 49ers, trade a 6th-round pick or even a 5th-round pick next year to move up, 9 spots and take a Byron Young? I think those are some questions. David Campbell says 49ers CMC pick is almost here. It is, right? It's almost here. I'll be curious to see what ends up happening with it. Randy Daytona says, hope the Niners have a trick up their sleeve. They usually do. They walk away with some good players. They make draft day trades. They're not afraid. So the Bills are on the clock, and it's interesting. They're showing Hendon Hooker. Would they draft Hendon Hooker in Buffalo? That would be very interesting. And then Mr. Corey says, that stung a little bit being a Michigan fan and detesting the Cowboys, but Kraft is a tight end I wanted the most. Yeah, and didn't they take a Michigan defensive tackle yesterday too? Didn't they take Mozzie Smith? The Cowboys are about these Michigan players, it seems. So I believe that because Warren, who does cover 2 with me, huge Michigan fan, and he was not happy about Mozzie Smith being a Cowboy. He liked Mozzie Smith and didn't want that. So Looks like the Cowboys are going Michigan the same way the Philadelphia Eagles love Georgia defensive linemen. They're just all about it. Every Georgia defensive lineman and edge rusher, you're going to come play in Philadelphia. So Fred Taylor is about to make the pick here for the Buffalo Bills. And let's see who they end up going with. Osiris Torrance. So here's exactly what I was talking about, Mr. Corey. That's the reason he wasn't on my 75 for the Niners. Too good to be available for the 49ers when they could actually make a move for it. So, I mean, very, very solid player. And that's why I couldn't put him on my top 75. It's just too good. If the 49ers were picking at 61, he definitely would have been. But yeah, I mean, that's a great pick for the Bills. The Bills are having themselves a very solid draft, adding interior offensive line help, adding Dalton Kincaid, basically a huge slot receiver. So pretty good. Dave says, boo. So apparently Dave did not like the pick of Schoonmaker, probably because he's an Ohio State fan and a Dallas Cowboys fan. Oh, that's freaking hilarious. But yeah, I mean, still some good players available in this draft. So we're seeing guys go off. We still haven't seen Darnell Washington go. So Darnell Washington's got to be number one on the list as far as players that we expected to be drafted that haven't already. I think he's the number one. Adabare, out of Northwestern, I think he's somebody that could have been gone already. That's not. But we're starting to get into the range now where we're going to see some other familiar names of the Niners really like that are going to go. So here's AJ Green. He's going to be announcing the pick for the Bengals, and we'll see who this is. And DJ Turner from Michigan. Good pick. So there goes the speed. DJ Turner showing a lot of speed. And Marvin says, I hope the Niners do not draft an injured player. Perhaps they have learned their lesson. I think they've learned. The only reason they were willing to take Kalia Davis last year was, because of where he was in the draft. 6th-round pick. You're taking one of those 6th-round comp picks. You can use him next year, redshirt him because of your talent on defensive line. I think that's the only scenario. That's why I talked about Joey Fisher, the tackle from Shepherd earlier. I think the only time you would actually be interested in going that direction would be late 6 or late 7 even. And then you take him as a developmental. He doesn't work out, you move on. Jess says, secret's out. They found out I'm the wife. They did find out. Yeah, David Campbell leaked it. David Campbell's all-knowing. He's an insider for 49ers Cutback when it comes to personal news, and he did leak it. So it's out there now, Jess. And then you also heard that you're pretty cool. Rude, you're way cool. Pretty cool. I think we'll stick with pretty cool. Dave could back me up on this. Pretty cool. Mr. Corey says, wow, Osiris Torrance gone. 49ers fans aren't allowed and have a dominant O-line. They're just, the thing is they've been using, their picks to get elite players like Christian McCaffrey. And when you make trades and pick up players like that, it makes it a little bit more difficult for you, in these middle rounds. But 49ers still have some talented players on the board. I still have my number 2 overall guy on my 75 player big board, Byron Young. My number 5 in Zach Harrison. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. And, a lot of people will be like, on other players, but those are guys that I'm really huge fans of, and I think they fit the 49ers scheme. So we'll see when we get there. The truth is, when we get to 99, the 49ers will probably take someone I didn't even expect, right? That's kind of what they do. It's hilarious. KNDR says, wait, you guys got married? That explains why everyone was so dressed up. KNDR was there, man. Come on, KNDR. You were there. KNDR, so hilarious. I very much enjoyed getting to spend time with KNDR. That was great. And so, yeah, it's let's see what's going on in chat. Everyone's having a good time. I'm going to check the big board as well. As we see, can someone explain Darnell Washington falling? Is Darnell Washington just, what is the big deal? It's kind of starting to get to me now. Like, I'm like, what's going on with Darnell Washington? And, why is he not somebody that is already off the board? Because, tight ends are aplenty. That's for sure. But I mean, he's one of the most talented guys. I mean, he's 6'7", 264 pounds. I mean, the dude is an absolute freak. Sorry about that, guys. The dude's an absolute freak. You know how it is when you're going on websites and all of a sudden you get a pop-up. So I'm sorry you guys got hit with the audio. But, yeah, I mean, just an absolute beast. And so I'm wondering, why he's still here. It's got to be time for him, right? In these next, 3 picks. Houston, it looks like they just traded up. We'll see what kind of information we get there. As Houston goes to 62, they could definitely be looking for their tight end. I'm sure Slowey would love to get a guy that can make an impact the way George Kittle has. So we'll see. But, yeah, Darnell Wright's a big old, huge, beast. So we'll see. We'll see if he ends up getting to go in the next several picks. But overall, I mean, I'm a fan. I like him. Let's see. Who are your top O linemen on that board? That's coming from Mr. Corey. The number one offensive lineman on my board is Jalen Duncan out of Maryland, with right behind him Braden Daniels. I like Braden Daniels, the guard. To me, he's huge. And then Wanya Morris. So those are the next 3 offensive linemen that I'm a huge fan of. We know what my feelings are about Blake Freeland. So Blake Freeland actually comes after Jordan McFadden out of Clemson, who I think is going to move to the inside. But all of those guys are kind of my top 15 guys that are on the board are all those guys. So they're pretty good. And Dave is saying he wanted Darnell. Let's see. David Campbell says, like the Samuel Womack pick last year, no one even heard of him. I know I didn't. I had to sit here and be like, who is that? I was not ready for that. That was, Womack was interesting. I had weirdly watched a little bit of Kalia Davis, but not enough to really comment on him. Those two were kind of the tough ones. And then, I mean, everyone had seen Brock Purdy and everyone was high on Brock Purdy, but you're right. I mean, the Sam Womack one was out of nowhere. So the Jaguars are about to make their pick. We'll see who it ends up being. And we're getting, here we are, really flying into the later rounds now. Fred Taylor going to make the pick. Dude was an absolute beast running back. I mean, just Jaguars were fun back then. They used to be a lot of fun with Brunell and Fred Taylor, Jimmy Smith, Brenton Strange, tight end. So, yeah, of course, right? He fits the Trent Baalke, what they do. Brenton Strange off the board. That's a great pick. Like Brenton Strange a lot. Yeah, so Brenton Strange gone. That's one of my top guys. So he's gone. We're going to have a lot of really, really fun tight ends left, but not him. So Brenton Strange gone. And we're just going to keep moving. We'll see who's going to be available next. I can't find Brenton Strange right now, so I'm not going to. Oh, there he is. I'm not going to worry about it, but I found him. So Brenton Strange gone. So we're moving now. Some guys going off the top 75, but this is a guy that can do it all, right? He can catch the football. He can block. He was a fun guy to watch, and it was maybe like last week. We were high on him maybe like a month ago, and then last week I heard that he was going all the way up. They heard as high as the 2nd round. So Brenton Strange definitely jumped up the board a lot. Let's see. Brandon says Baalke will draft him because he's got long arms, right? And that's what he does. He just drafts guys with long arms. Horse says Darnell wants to be a Niner, would be my guess. There you go. I would like that. Mr. Corey says, do you think Wanya Morris will last until the end of the road? I think he could. I think Wanya Morris can be available to the 49ers at pick 99 through 102. I definitely do. I think, even though I believe I put a 3rd round grade on him, I think him falling that far is legitimate. Juice Scruggs goes off the board. The guard from Penn State. He's got the center ability as well. Solid move by the Texans as they're looking to build. Once again, 49ers met with Juice Scruggs, but he was not going to make it to the 49ers because there's Miami, Houston, the New York Jets all run the same system. It was inevitable that a player like this was going to go. Plus, when they've spent the money they have, on guys to play like Jake Brendel to play center, And then they have, they just struck on Spencer Burford last year, but Scruggs is a solid pick. So yeah, I mean, we're still got a lot of guys on our board, guys. We're still doing good. As far as offensive linemen, I really like Jalen Duncan, Braden Daniels are available. Let's see who else. Wanya Morris, Jordan McFadden out of Clemson. Blake Freeland, of course. We've done an extensive conversation about Jake Freeland. McClendon Curtis. I'm a fan of McClendon Curtis. So, he's still available. There's a lot of offensive linemen, and then it skips there for a little bit where there's time where it's like, it's a little bit scary for offensive linemen, and then you kind of get back into it with Nick Saldiveri. I like Nick Saldiveri. I think he would be a guy to get later in the draft, and I think he would be good. Ryan Hayes out of Michigan, I'm a fan of. So there's guys, there's still offensive linemen the 49ers can address. I think the question is which one of those guys can actually start this year. I think Wanya Morris could compete. I don't know if he could start in year one over Colton McKivitz. I think they're actually pretty high on McKivitz. Denver Broncos are about to make a pick. DeMarcus Ware, it's interesting still, right, that he's the one making the announcement for the Broncos. I don't know why I always think of him as a Cowboy, but let's see who the Broncos go with. And we're getting closer, guys. We're almost there. Mr. Corey, I'm sorry, you're right. And you know what's bad is I think you made this joke before. Marvin Mims from Oklahoma went, but you've actually made the joke about the Boyz II Men singer, End of the Road. Well done. I missed the joke. Sorry. And there was a good one too. So Marvin Mims goes off the board. I expected him to be gone, so he's not on my 75. So far I'm feeling pretty good about my top 75 right now. Only lost like 7 players, so we got about 68 guys that I feel are draftable for the 49ers between picks 99 and 255. So we're doing pretty good so far. Still some notable names. Darnell Washington, tight end out of Georgia. Definitely somebody the 49ers should be interested in. Adebawore out of Northwestern, for sure. Cedric Tillman, he's a slot receiver. He's a guy that is out of Tennessee. He definitely do some of the similar things that Jawan Jennings does. Riley Moss, cornerback out of Iowa. Zach Pickens, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Jair Brown and Sidney Brown, both safeties are still available and would be 49er targets. Byron Young out of Tennessee, of course, is a guy that I'm hugely, hugely high on. Tyler Steen is a tackle. I think he's a guard. Then you got Darius Rush as a corner out of South Carolina. And, of course, Rashawn Johnson, who it came out that they met with, could be a potential possibility for the 49ers. And then Clark Phillips out of Utah, cornerback. I kind of liked him as well. I did not know if he would be available. Another interesting thing to keep in mind is Hendon Hooker is still available here. So Will Levis fell into the second round. There was thoughts that Hendon Hooker might go in the first round and even go ahead of Will Levis, but here we are. We're in round 3, and Hendon Hooker is still available. So I think that is an interesting development as well. So I mean, we're moving along. Third round is here, which means the 49ers have 3 picks in this round, everyone. So we finally made it to the third round. 35 picks away. Almost there, guys. We're almost there to 49er land. Time for the 49ers to make some moves and some picks. And then we'll start getting some people to talk about. And that's what's fun. So the good news is on the board, we still have plenty of edge rushers that we like, plenty of secondary help as well. So 49ers, depending on what they want to go after, you're talking about, getting a wide receiver. It gets a little bit more interesting, but, you got Nathaniel Tank Dell. He's still available. If you're talking about safety or secondary, you still have Kai Blue Kelly. He's available. You got Jamie Robinson out of Florida State. He's available. So Trey Dean, Eli Ricks, Christopher Smith, Jair Brown, all those guys are available. Darius Rush. Gotta love those guys. Jay Ward later on in the draft. So there's plenty of talent all available for the 49ers. And then, of course, you got a couple of guys in there that, most people don't want to see, but like Israel Abanikanda, running back out of Pitt. A lot of people don't want a running back. He's available. Rashawn Johnson, running back. He's available. Tyjae Spears, running back. He's available. And I'm sure no one really wants to hear running back, but I mean, when you're talking San Francisco 49ers, you always have to mention them just in case because they could be available for the 49ers. And we know how Kyle Shanahan is about picking up these guys. And those guys are on my list. I put them here because I think they fit the scheme, and I know how Kyle Shanahan is. Edge rush, secondary help, tight end, all places the 49ers can and probably will go, picks 99 through 102. And we also have the off chance that they make some sort of big trade, whether that's Chase Young or Montez Sweat. I think Chase Young's the most likely. But freeing up for $8.65 million from the Christian McCaffrey deal definitely means that those are things that can happen and are possibilities for the San Francisco 49ers here over the next hour or so. I'll probably get a really good idea of their target and how they're doing. We've been on for almost 2.5 hours already. It doesn't feel like it, at least to me. I don't know how it feels for you guys, but I feel like time has flown by. Marvin says last Pitt player that the Niners drafted third was a bust. Had no ball, laid over, and played dead. Woo! Yeah, I mean, it hasn't really worked out for the 49ers in third round with some guys. I really like Israel Abanikanda, but I wouldn't draft him in the third round. I see too much value in some of the other players. I think the only way I would is if I couldn't move off the pick and the guys that I really wanted to take were gone, because I do think he's talented enough and they met with him. So, but I would go other positions as far as that goes. But there is another guy, Jared Wayne, from Pitt that I really like. So Jared Wayne later in the draft, late 5, early 6, I think would also be a huge get for the 49ers out of Pitt. And the Chicago Bears select Zach Pickens, defensive tackle, South Carolina. So Zach Pickens goes off the board. I kind of expected him to do so. I know a lot of people weren't a huge fan of him. We were talking about him the other day. But I think that Zach Pickens is a good player. And I think that he'll be a good player for Chicago Bears, and they've went back-to-back interior defensive linemen. They're not playing games. They're making sure that they have guys. Or I'm sorry, I thought the Bears they did make the pick. I think that they're just doing fantastic with building the interior defensive line. They're going to make sure they stop the run. Pickens is more of a penetrator. And so I think this is a solid move for them. So good job by the Chicago Bears and a player that I kind of felt, would either be gone. So I kind of put him lower on my board as far as availability. There was always the off chance, right, that he would fall, kind of like the Drake Jackson style of thing where he could possibly fall. But look at the Bears picking Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee, Dexter, defensive tackle, Florida, Stevenson, cornerback, Miami, and Zach Pickens, defensive tackle, South Carolina. A lot of emphasis on the front seven with Tyreek Stevenson being a cornerback help. So a very talented group of players. I feel like, the Chicago Bears are doing a pretty good job taking advantage of the extra draft picks they got from Carolina. And that's what they got to do. They got to build a young team around Justin Fields. So far, they haven't really got Justin Fields weapons in the draft, but they did a lot of that, during the offseason. Chase Claypool trade last year, this year, DJ Moore. So they've definitely added some talent, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them grab a running back in this draft either. So Eagles are on the clock. Eagles have been going defensive line. And it's just what they've been thinking. So we'll see what the Eagles do here pretty quick. At pick 65, 49ers 34 picks away. Plenty of really talented players. I think we could say pretty safely the Eagles have 2 picks back-to-back. At least I would like to think we could say safely that they're not going to take Byron Young or Zach Harrison after going defensive line. But at this point, who knows? It just don't know for sure. It could happen. It definitely could happen. So open to fresh diet Dr. Pepper. Brandon West says, sorry if you answered this, but what potential flaws do you see in Morris? I think when it comes to Morris, it's working out his technique. He's physically there, so he's got the ability to get to second level. He's got pretty good hips to be able to get underneath defenders and anchor down. He does a pretty good job with that. I think when it comes to some of the technique with the hands, he doesn't always strike in the direct, in the right place. His hands can get knocked away at times. And also, there are some moments where I am concerned about more physical defensive ends being able to walk him back to the quarterback, anchoring issues. But that's pretty consistent with most offensive tackles, especially tackles that are going to go, within the third to fourth round. But to me, Wanya Morris is a solid prospect. I think he would get an easy third round grade. His ability to get to second level and block linebackers is there. I think he definitely takes good angles. He has pretty good footwork. So I think he's just a guy that a little bit more development could be a very sufficient offensive tackle. I do see him as a right tackle only in the NFL. I don't think he has the ability to play left. So, that will change a little bit of his value in the draft as well. But to me, he's a very draftable player that's pretty good. So I'd be willing for the 49ers to take him, later on in this draft. And I think he would make a pretty good impact for sure. So I would be excited about that pick. I took him in my final mock draft yesterday at pick 102. The fact that he was available, he was probably the best tackle on the board. Jalen Duncan and some of the other guys that went. And, the thing is the value is there, right? The value is there for some of the positions compared to others. And I think that that's definitely one of the positions where you can find some value is at running back. And he found it. So the Eagles pick is in. But I want to go back and look at some of the best available players. We know that Hendon Hooker is not going in the next two picks. At least I don't think the Eagles are going to take a backup quarterback. But Darnell Washington's still available. They've got Goddard. Could they go Washington and add to an already stacked offense? Definitely a possibility. They got plenty of speed already, but Jalen Hyatt is available. Adebawore, but they went edge twice. They could go linebacker with Trenton Simpson. So they're looking at Hendon Hooker on video. We'll see when he ends up going. So this is where I think tight end is in danger. Potentially, maybe even safety could be a spot that goes right here as the Eagles look to add a player. And there's some very talented players here that they could grab. And I think that Eagles have done a pretty good job in the draft so far. Picked up 2 impact players. Went back through, handling defensive end, defensive tackle. So they could go offensive line. They could go safety. I think that those would make a lot of sense for the Philadelphia Eagles. But we'll see what they do. They're taking a little bit of time to get to that pick as they're moving through the coaches and letting them talk to these guys and all that. Nick Sirianni, not my favorite coach to watch. I'll tell you that much for sure. But let's see what they end up announcing here. The pick is in. We're going to find out who the Eagles are picking. 65. They also pick at 66. So hopefully it's not any of the guys that we really want. Super hyped. I'm very curious because the Eagles have had themselves a good draft, and I know a lot of people have been kind of, putting it out there. The Eagles are better than the 49ers on paper. So I'm curious to see, how they keep improving because they did a good job of replacing a couple of guys yesterday. Let's see if they can continue that method. Right now, they get Tyler Steen, offensive tackle out of Alabama. So they are definitely viewing Tyler Steen as an offensive guard the same way I did. And they're going to kick him inside, and he's going to play guard. And then, here they go. They're going to go with the next pick, too. They're going to do it back-to-back. They did. I kind of like the way the NFL did that. So Tyler Steen was a solid pick as a guard. And then they get Sidney Brown, safety out of Illinois. There it is. There's the safety and offensive lineman. They did a really good job again. Sidney Brown is an attacking safety. He's going to play in the box. He's going to do a good job. They're getting it done. I mean, reloading. They're reloading on the players and the talent that they've been missing. So Steen's a solid player. He's got a lot of intelligence and athletic ability. He fits within their system. They've done a good job drafting offensive linemen. I think he's going to move to guard. And then they get Sidney Brown, the safety, who's going to be able to fly up in the box and make plays as they are replacing some guys that they've lost. So the Philadelphia Eagles are drafting great, picking up players, and this was a good spot to be able to pick. So they're doing really good. Marvin says, okay, Ant, that Pitt running back was Kevin. Do not hit the hole. Barlow. Wow, Kevin Barlow. Forgot about Kevin Barlow for a second. Well done, Marvin. Well done. Brandon says Eagles are drafting extremely well. They are. They're doing a good job. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Tyler Steen, Sidney Brown. Very, very solid players. They're doing a good job. They had a team that went to the NFC Championship game, and it looks like Eagles and 49ers, right? Those are the two teams at the top of the NFC, and it's an arms race. How are the 49ers going to respond to this? They've got to make some plays. I know a lot of people were very high on Sidney Brown and hoping that he was going to be somebody that was going to be available for the San Francisco 49ers, and ultimately he's not. He's gone. So I did think that he was going to go already. So he did go, and wow, great picks. I do have to take Tyler. I believe I had Tyler. I'll have to take him off my board. And so there was a couple guys now that, the 49ers are losing. Mr. Court says the Eagles done picked 20 times and us not once. Yeah, they've definitely made some picks. And they got 4 very, very good football players. So very good job by the Eagles so far. See what happens. Denver Broncos are on the clock right now. Still some very good players available as Steen goes off. But, we'll see. The good news is the positions the 49ers are trying to hit, there's still guys available unless they go on a run. So here's DeMarcus Ware again. He's about to make the pick for the Denver Broncos. Drew Sanders, linebacker, Arkansas. Did not have a linebacker this high for the 49ers. Knew they wouldn't go linebacker. Just don't get the value. You have Oren Burks already. You have Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. You have Curtis Robinson. You have plenty of guys. McCrary Ball. So this one doesn't really hurt the 49ers as far as guys available. This is this kind of stuff we like to see. Keep drafting guys that really don't fit what the 49ers want to do or players the 49ers want to pick up. Absolutely love it. Marvin says, well, I can tell you Bar None was a great running back. Barlow was a wuss. I loved Bar None. He was one of my favorites. He had that juice. He came from, the right college, and he was a beast. That dude was a beast. And that was the only way I was going to be able to get past the fact that Tom Rathman was gone, was getting a player like William Floyd. William Floyd and Ricky Waters together, they brought the juice and the energy like no running back group ever. It was absolutely fantastic. I said juice and then we have juice, right? So that's interesting. But yeah, William Floyd was fun. So the Lions pick is in. Freddie McDre thinks McGuire is going to go before we can get him. I think Isaiah McGuire is going to be available in those picks. I think McGuire is a 4th round talent. I have him on my board. As far as guys left, he would be my 3rd defensive edge rusher behind Byron Young and Zach Harrison. But I definitely think he's going to be available. And I think the 49ers, if they want him, they could get him in that spot. There are still some guys, as far as edge rushers that are still available ahead of Isaiah McGuire. Guys like Adabare out of Northwestern, he's still available, so he could definitely go. Byron Young, of course, that I brought up. So there's some guys, that could definitely go ahead of Isaiah McGuire that could kind of push him down a little bit. We'll see who else is on here as far as edge rushers. Zach Harrison, Yaya Diaby. So these are the kind of guys that are going to be available for the 49ers potentially coming up pretty soon. And we'll see. The good news is, right, we have 3 picks to end the night. Hopefully we can get guys that can make a huge impact on the 49ers team. I know I'm looking forward to it. Um, Anthony says Rams need D line with the next pick, Hyatt or Washington. So D line. Let's see who's available on the defensive line if they're going D line. If they're going edge rush, Adebawore would make sense for them for sure. Outside linebacker wise, Byron Young. I hope they don't take Byron Young because I want him for the 49ers. But that would make some sense if they went that direction, if they're looking to get edge rush help. Nick Herbig fits their system, so he could be available. I hope they don't get Zach Harrison. Yaya Diaby would fit as well. So, yeah, those are kind of the names of guys that the Rams would get. I know with this pick coming up in a little bit. Right now, the Lions are on the clock, and we'll see what they do. But there's definitely some talented people still available as far as defensive linemen, and of course, they need to get running or need to get wide receiver as well, because they got to replace the wide receivers that they've lost. And there's some pretty good wide receivers out there. Like you brought up Jalen Hyatt. I mean, he's available. Cedric Tillman, his teammate, he's available. Josh Downs out of North Carolina, all those guys available still. And, maybe the Rams could go that direction. Freddie says, I'm getting thin, Ant. I like Yaya. Do we have two edges with third round picks? Do we go two edges with third round picks? If the right edge guys are there, why not? That's one of the positions that carries the most value. The question will be, are they trading for Chase Young? If they're trading for Chase Young, then you might not see them go two edge guys. And because once you would put Chase Young into your defense, Greg Jackson becomes a rotational piece. Cleveland Farrell becomes a rotational piece. You're pretty stacked. You could add one edge rusher to kind of fill out the bunch. You have Austin Bryant as well. That changes some things. So those are possibilities. Those are things that could still happen. But I think until we know exactly what's going to happen, I think all things are on the table, including two edges. I'm curious what Detroit's doing. Detroit has been having fantastic draft. I've been enjoying what they've been doing, including getting Sam Laporta, which I thought was a very, very solid move. So really like him overall. Let's see, Hendon Hooker. There you go. So they got a quarterback. That was a solid move by the Detroit Lions. Hooker had a tremendous amount of value here in the third round, and now you got a guy behind Goff. And you could eventually, you could probably develop him to be the eventual replacement for Goff. This is a very good move by Detroit. They have done fantastic. They're building a great team that's predicated on running the football, playing good defense, and now they get a quarterback that can run the offense that they run. Really a good move. So you gotta love Hendon Hooker headed to the Detroit Lions. Of course, he did have the injury. Before that, he was just an absolute beast, though. Randy says best quarterback in the draft, in my opinion. Interesting. I don't think there's too many people that would say he wasn't, very talented. I have heard people put him in the first round, so I'm sure there's some like you, Randy, that think he's a first round guy. And he's a really good football player. So that was a solid pickup for the Detroit Lions, and another guy that wasn't on our board that we don't have to worry about losing. So 69 Houston. Houston is definitely a team that could look to look to draft somebody the 49ers would ultimately like to take. Houston's been aggressive in this draft. They've made some really good moves, and we'll see where they go next because DeMeco Ryans is trying to build it. And he got one edge guy earlier. Could he go with another edge guy? He definitely could. He could also, be looking to go offensive line and putting some guys, ahead of CJ Stroud, but they do need to get some talent on the offensive side of the ball. They traded away Brandon Cooks. Could it be time to get another speed guy like Jalen Hyatt? Maybe that's the case. I am definitely curious to see, where they decide to go with this next pick because with Hooker being gone, the talent, the number one overall player available is Darnell Washington. Houston could definitely go with the tight end there with Bobby Slowick. We'll see what they do. Their pick is in. That didn't take long. I do love that part about the draft is picks don't take long anymore. So this will be solid. So we got Darnell Washington, Jalen Hyatt, Adibare still there. A lot of people thought Adibare was a second-round pick. DeJuan Jones, they thought it snuck into the second round. But I mean, I would have definitely gave him a late third, early fourth. He doesn't fit what the 49ers do. Cedric Tillman, we're getting close to his range. Same with Tucker Kraft, Riley Moss. So still good players on the board. And we're getting closer and closer to the 49ers pick. Here we are 30 picks away from the San Francisco 49ers selecting at pick 99. And we're 2 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Thanks everyone for that's been coming through and hanging out the entire time. I really appreciate it. And if you jumped on and you haven't already, go ahead and like the video and subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it so much. Going to be going live tomorrow as well. All the rounds 4 through 7, every pick. Be here. We'll have a fun conversation and enjoy it. And the Houston Texans pick is in, and the selection is Nathaniel Dell. So Nathaniel Tank Dell off the board. This was a good one, good pick. He was on my board as possible additions for the 49ers, and it makes sense, right? If he fits the 49ers scheme, then he definitely fits the Houston Texans scheme because they're going to run the same thing. Bobby Slowick is going to run the same offense. Now, Nathaniel Dell, he's got some major speed and ability to create separation. I think this was ultimately a really good pick. So great job by the Houston Texans. That means the Las Vegas Raiders are on the board at 70, and we're 29 picks away from the 49ers picking. And we still have a lot of really good players on our big board. We have 2 players in our top 5, and we have all players 7 through 16 still available. So lots of talent for the 49ers still, and I'm good with what's happened so far, even though I did like Nathaniel Tank Dell. This would have been a little bit early for the 49ers to take him, but he definitely created separation like nobody else. And the Raiders are about to make a pick here. The Raiderettes are on the stage. Curious who the Raiders picked. They went Michael Mayer earlier. Now I can remember. And that was a really solid pick for them. The way Josh McDaniels counts on tight ends, and then Jimmy Garoppolo getting a new safety blanket. So we can see, which direction they go. Hopefully they don't take anyone that the 49ers would like, because that would really irritate me. Just take somebody that's not on my big board, please. And Brad says, I really don't see the Niners taking wide receiver until the 6th. You could. A lot of the wide receivers they'd be interested in for sure are going to probably be gone in round 3. So it makes the most sense for them to wait and just try to take someone with upside later on in the draft. There are guys that I like wide receiver wise later on. Demario Douglas, Nico Remigio, Jared Wayne out of Pitt. All those guys would make sense for the 49ers. I think the 49ers value is less in wide receiver without a Jonathan Mingo and that kind of player, and more towards the tight ends with some of the guys that are going to be available, and really positional need as you have to, continue to build talent around George Kittle. And the Raiders select Byron Young, defensive tackle, Alabama. Whew, scared me. I want the other Byron Young out of Tennessee. So thank you, Raiders. You ever almost have a heart attack? I had one earlier with Jonathan Mingo, and I almost had another one as I seen Byron Young come off the board. Is a good defensive tackle, and he definitely fits with what they're trying to do there in Las Vegas. But yeah, that just gave me a little bit of a scare. So I don't have to take anyone off my board. I did not have Byron Young on my board and as a 49ers guy. So feeling pretty good about it. They lose Cleveland Farrell, and they're going to replace him with Byron Young. Sounds about correct. Sounds pretty good. So happy with the pick for the 49ers. I'm curious what, my Raider fans think about this stuff. But yeah, Byron Young from defensive tackle Alabama was not on my board. Randy Daytona, not on my board. You might think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I've been on it. We still got players. Hopefully we're going to get some of these guys too. Here's New Orleans. They're going to be making a pick. I think as we get anticipation towards pick 99, I just get like a little bit more nervous. Like, man, we almost got it. Oh my gosh, we almost got it, because we're getting close. The 49ers trade up area. So one of these guys being there would be huge. So DeAndre Miller goes, running back out of TCU, not on my board. Once again, running back, who I felt was going to go high. And I don't ultimately think the Niners go running back in round 3. So feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good so far. We're going to be going to 72 in Arizona and then the Rams at 73. So inching closer, and we're definitely in 49ers, getting close to 49ers trade up potential land. But if I'm looking at a board like my board, I'm sure they're looking at their board and they're saying, you know what? Yeah, we've got some room to go here. We've got some picks that we got to get through. But if, we still have a lot of guys on the board that we like, that we would be willing to take at 99 through 102. So to me, I think the 49ers are still comfortable with their board. Now, if some of these players start to fall off, then we have bigger questions. Now, the Arizona Cardinals went B.J. Ojulari earlier. They do want to build through the defense and build through defensive line. They could go edge rusher, but they also could go another way as well. So to me, the Cardinals might not take an edge rusher. We might not miss one of those guys. I'm really in edge rush watch land, tight end watch land. Even though there's still tremendous amount of depth at tight end, we are starting to lose some of the edge rush depth. Byron Young, Zach Harrison are still available. Isaiah McGuire, very, very solid. He's available. So, I mean, those 3 guys right off the bat are very solid for the 49ers as far as edge rushers go. DJ Johnson, who the 49ers met with out of Oregon, he would be the next one. So those 4 guys still on there. So if you're high on those 4 guys, you're feeling pretty good. I think once you get to like KJ Henry, that's where it starts getting a little bit interesting about edge rushers. Also, a wide receiver we could watch is Michael Wilson out of Stanford to kind of see where he ends up going. And if he's available for the 49ers in that range, maybe they end up wanting to go, with him. He's got some skills as well as pretty good athlete, got the size. So it's straight up. Darnell Washington is the number 1 guy available. 6'7", 264 pounds out of Georgia. The fact he's still here is kind of interesting. Then you got the speedster Jalen Hyatt. Those are the 2 guys that are kind of riding towards the top of the board. Adebawore still there out of Northwestern. It doesn't surprise me a whole lot. This is kind of what I thought with Adebawore. But there's still talented players available for the 49ers, and we're starting to get to where Wanya Morris is a top 25 prospect left. So we're starting to get to the land where you start getting nervous if you're interested in a Wanya Morris or a Byron Young, because they're in the top, Byron Young's within the top 15 guys available, and Wanya Morris is within the top 25. So if they're guys that you're wanting to strike on, this is where it starts getting a little bit nervous and nerve-wracking for the San Francisco 49ers as far as, players that you could potentially get. And, we've got the Cardinals coming, Giants, and then the Browns. So the Rams continue to trade back. Every time I feel like the Rams are about to pick, I look up and they're no longer on the board. So I don't know exactly what they're doing, collecting more picks as they're trying to rebuild their roster, maybe, getting day 3 picks. But we'll see. But still a lot of talent on the board. I still have some optimism about the San Francisco 49ers and who they're going to be able to draft here in the next few picks. So we'll see. We'll see where they go. I expect it to be pretty exciting as we inch closer to the San Francisco 49ers pick. And let's see. So we're in a little bit of a waiting time. And Anthony says Rams at pick 89 now and hope they know what they're doing. Yeah, they've dropped back about 3 or 4 times. I don't exactly know what picks they've picked up. But they've definitely been moving around a lot. It's one of those things where I think they're trying to stockpile, a certain amount of guys, and draft picks. And so they've been just dropping back, and acquiring picks. And if you're going to build a team, that's probably, one of the best ways to do it. If you're rebuilding, is just keep acquiring picks. So the trade with the Houston Texans, the Rams got pick 73 and pick 161, and they gave up pick 69, so they dropped back 4 spots. They swapped that. And then they came up 30 spots from the 5th round and gave the Texans a 6th round. So basically the value in that pick was to move back 4 in the 3rd round to pick up 30 spots and go from a 6th round pick to a 5th round pick. So that's kind of what they're doing. They're trying to find some value in that direction. So interesting way to go. Garrett Williams, cornerback from Syracuse, very, very solid player, is now off the board. I did believe he was going to be off the board. I'm already had him off. Oh, there he is. So he was on my top 75. So he's gone. Good pick by the Cardinals. And, they go to a Syracuse cornerback with a lot of skills. So it's pretty good. Brad says Rams stock loading picks to keep moving back to load up on picks for next year so they can trade up to get Caleb Williams and draft or Drake May. Ooh, that's a good thought, right? I mean, just keep stockpiling picks until you have the necessary guys to go up. I mean, that's a good thought, Brad. I didn't think about that. Oh, so well done thinking about that. So next up is the New York Giants, and they're about to make their pick. We're at 73. 26 picks away, guys. We're inching closer. Let's see who they end up picking. See if they come off the board. Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver, Tennessee. So they go ahead and get the speedster. He wasn't on my board. Did not think that he would be available. And I did not think he fit what the 49ers wanted to do, especially with them having Danny Gray. So good news for the 49ers. Now Cleveland will be on the clock at 74. And we have officially entered trade category area. 49ers, if they plan to trade, they could definitely do it here. So with Jalen Hyatt going off the board, who are going to be the best available wide receivers? Probably going to be his teammate. Cedric Tillman is the number 1 wide receiver available, according to this board that I'm looking at. Tillman's a good player, and I think that if you're looking for a wide receiver, you're looking for a slot guy, he's perfect. But I don't think wide receiver is really what people are going to go for right here. I'd be kind of surprised. I mean, we're having a little bit of a run on them with Nathaniel Tangdell, Jalen Hyatt, kind of the guys that create separation with speed. But there's not a lot of really big-time wide receivers that, you want to get kind of in this category. I think you can wait and you can pick up some guys later on in the draft. Potentially in round 4. Pick up a wide receiver there instead of trying to get one now. So right now the board is still looking pretty good. I'm excited about how many players are still available. The Cleveland Browns are going to be making a pick here, and we'll get an idea of another name that could potentially be on the board or off the board for the 49ers. But so far, I think besides Darnell Washington, everything is kind of going according to plan. Like most players are going where they were sort of ranked and where people believed it. Especially, I know like Jonathan Mingo, he didn't really catch me off guard at all. I just thought he was super talented. I did not think he was going to make it. Cedric Tillman, here's the wide receiver we just talked about. So he was the next guy that was really available. And so now you've got a little bit of a window between wide receivers that are, kind of in this range. There's a break now in wide receivers between now here in round 3 all the way to round 4 when you'll start getting, some other guys that are available at the wide receiver position. So I don't think the 49ers are going to go wide receiver, but it definitely is kind of out of the realm of possibilities right now, because you could probably get Demario Douglas and some of them later, unless these teams panic and think that they need to go get Demario Davis earlier. Let's see. Randy Daytona says, I don't see a great reason to trade up anymore. What's up, Luke Luna? How's it going? Yeah, Rams could have had Hyatt. I mean, they really could have. And they decided they're stockpiling, players, moving up a little bit, trading a 6th-round pick, to get into the 5th round, going up 30 spots. Those 30 spots are pretty significant as far as the amount of talent you get. So you drop back 4 to get that. Then you drop back again to get even more talent. So, I mean, I think that's what, that's ultimately what they're doing. But they still have work to do. You know what I mean? I mean, they still have work to do. I've been looking for their next trade announcement because they have just been making trades. So then they traded back from 73 to 89. So they fell back 16 spots, and they got a 4th-round pick, number 128. So their first trade netted them, moving up 30 picks to get change a 6th into a 5th. And then they changed. Now they got a 4th-round pick from the New York Giants. So a pick 128. So that's good value. So the Rams are making some moves. I think they're definitely doing what needs to be done when you're trying to rebuild a roster is acquire talent and then move up and get better talent. You have a 6th-round pick and you could turn it into a 5th. Why not? Especially just moving back 4 spots. Mr. Corey says almost every 49ers website thinks the same about McCaffrey's restructure. Chase Young. That's interesting, right? That everyone's kind of at unison, which means we're probably wrong. I hate to say it, but that's usually what happens. But you would think that you would have something coming down the line here pretty quick if it's going to be Chase Young. You got some sort of news, right? You think there would be some sort of draft capital for this year, and the 49ers' most valuable draft capital is coming up in picks 99 through 102. So we should have a pretty good idea, unless it's going to be a pick next year. I don't think it would be a day 3 pick. I mean, that's what the 49ers got Trent Williams for, was a day 3 pick, but I don't think that's the case. So, I mean, you would think it would happen. I mean, Mr. Corey, are we all wrong? Or, I mean, is this going to happen? I hope it happens. Boy, would that be spectacular if the San Francisco 49ers were able to pick up Chase Young. I would absolutely go crazy over it. So, good news there. So let's go back to the board and see what's available. We still have Darnell Washington available as Atlanta's pick is in. Would they go tight end again and a Georgia tight end? That would make things interesting. They could go cornerback as well with Keely Ringo available. Adibare is available. Trenton Simpson. Very talented players still available on the board for a lot of these teams. And Byron Young inching ever so closely to the top 10 available players. I don't like to see it because we are more than 10 picks away from the 49ers. So hopefully he doesn't go before they have an opportunity to pick and the 49ers can grab him, because that's kind of what I'm hoping for at this point. Mr. Corey says some are being really sarcastic and saying Kirk Cousins. And then he says we're going to wheel it into reality. I mean, that's the thing, right? We might wheel it into reality. Chase Young. It used to seem like a pipe dream, but John Lynch has been making things making things that seem like pipe dreams into realities. Christian McCaffrey used to be a pipe dream, and he's here. So to me, I never count anything out as far as the 49ers go. And financially, it makes sense because Chase Young, if you're going all in for $5.4 million, is super cheap for the edge rusher opposite of Bosa. I mean, that's cheaper than what you were paying last year for Samson Ebukam. So to me, there's a lot of value there. So the Falcons pick is in. We're going to find out who the Falcons are going to select, and then we'll see how it affects us. Zach Harrison. So there goes one of my guys. I love Zach Harrison. He's off the board. That one hurt me. Tremendous upside. The length is absolutely ridiculous. 21 years old, so I think he's got position versatility, able to play edge and move inside. The fact he went at 75 doesn't surprise me at all. I was just hoping he was going to fall. I did not see a late round grade on him. He's fantastic. He's going to make some plays in the NFL. He's going to cause some problems, and the amount of footballs that he gets put on the ground from getting his hands on the ball is ridiculous. He's an absolute playmaker. As Dave said earlier, Zach Harrison. just made a play. So I was hoping for this guy. I really liked him. The 4.4 speed to track guys down, the elite length with, an 87-inch wingspan. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I think the Falcons just knocked it out of the park with Zach Harrison, 5-star recruit coming out of high school. Has he lived up to expectations? No. But he's fantastic. He's really fantastic. So Corey says Javon Hargrave with a pipe dream too. You're right. I think you came on here and told me we were going to get Javon Hargrave, and I was like, nope. And I was wrong because you were right. It's fantastic. Luke says, then will his health into reality because he has to stay healthy or he'll be on that line? Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think that, he had the ACL, and that definitely changed some things. But, I mean, yeah, as long as he can stay healthy, he's having a healthy offseason, hopefully. Marte Mapu just went. So Marte Mapu is already off the board. I can't believe how high he jumped. And he's gone. He was on my board, of course. But the fact that he's going here this early in the draft, it's New England. They always do this, right, with some of their players. I like Marte Mapu, but I did not like him in the third round. I really didn't. I thought he was a later round guy. But, hey, Bill Belichick sees something he likes in Mapu, and I'm happy for the kid. I mean, he's coming out of Sacramento State, so right in our backyard. And he's a good football player, and he's aggressive. And I think there's a lot to like about him. So they've been willing to take chances before. Still very, very interesting. Brad says, just say we do trade for Chase Young. Can we still pick up his fifth-year option even though the Commanders declined his option? I believe so. I think the full-out decision has to be made by Monday. So I think that's how it works. I think just because they announced it doesn't mean they turn it into the league yet. So I think it could be changed. The Rams are about to make a pick, so they must have traded up. So here come the Rams making a pick. This is interesting because it's the NFC West, and they're about to grab somebody. Let's see who they get. They got Byron Young out of Tennessee, so we got to deal with Byron Young playing for the Los Angeles Rams. So there was a guy that I was interesting. So Zach Harrison and Byron Young go off the board. Two of my top guys, two of my top edge rushers that were on my big board are gone. So that really hurts. And so the Rams jump up and get a guy who was hanging out, Byron Young, solid player. He's going to be a nice player for them to be able to, add in. They lost the edge rushers, and now they get Byron Young. This is a solid pickup. Right now in the league, he's going to be a guy that's going to struggle a little bit in stopping the run, but as a specialized pass rusher, he's very, very good. He can definitely add speed off the edge, and that's why I liked him. I liked him as a specialized pass rusher for the 49ers, but he's a guy that can develop, 25 years old, so a little bit older than some of the prospects in this draft, but he's got some really good quick first step, and he's going to get up the field and give tackles in the NFL a little bit of a problem. So solid pick by the Rams. Rams getting better, and you've seen it so far. Arizona, Los Angeles, and Seattle all selected edge rushers today in day 2. They are making sure that they're loading up on guys to put pressure, on each other. And I think it's a solid move by them. Byron Young was a great pickup. Randy says Young and Wingo not too shabby. Yeah, it's there's some good moves being made for sure. So Green Bay Packers are selecting Tucker Kraft. So Tucker Kraft is off the board. Freddie McDray is not going to be happy about Tucker Kraft coming off the board. Another tight end goes, and here we are sitting there, and it's a tight end that's, not named Darnell Washington. I mean, it's getting interesting, right? Darnell Washington's fall is pretty meteoric now. I think a lot of people thought he could go as high as the first round and maybe even the second round. But tight ends coming off the board, and Green Bay, is this the second tight end that Green Bay has taken? I could have swore they took Luke Musgrave earlier. So they're Green Bay loading up on tight ends. And here we are. We're on pick 79. We are 20 picks away from the 49ers' first pick. They have not been willing to trade up. There was some movement here. They got the Rams, Byron Young, Zach Harrison off the board. Indianapolis is going to be picking now. The 49ers have yet to make a move. So it's... Oh, Mr. Corey says, no, that was my guy. Sorry about that, Mr. Corey. Tucker Kraft. I'm sorry you lost out on Tucker Kraft. There are some good tight ends available still, but he was another good one. He was fun. It was a lot of fun. And the Colts pick is in, and now we're starting to move at a fever pitch. I'm really, really enjoying this. Josh Downs out of North Carolina is going to the Indianapolis Colts. And good. I did not have him on my board, so we don't lose someone. But we have lost the top 6 players on my board. So now players 7 through 16 are still available, so that's good. There's still good players available, but I think, as far as edge, the number 1 edge guy, I know Adebawore is still available. I wasn't expecting him to be available. Adebawore would be there, but Isaiah McGuire would be my number 1 edge rusher. That's available for the 49ers to be able to take. So we'll see what kind of conviction they have about Isaiah McGuire. And, if somebody ends up taking Adebawore, I think people are having a little bit of concerns about Adebawore being, is he an edge guy or is he an interior defensive lineman? I think that fact has kind of cooled some teams on him because I do think they believed he was a second-round pick. I never valued him that high just for the mere fact that I don't know what he is either. He's a tweener, and that's to kind of get you in trouble if you take a tweener and you don't think that they can pan out somewhere else. So Pittsburgh's on the board here with pick 80. We're 19 picks away, or Deebo Samuel away from the 49ers picking at 99. We're definitely in trade area if they were looking to move up. Pittsburgh has traded the pick. They traded it to the Panthers, so let's see who the Panthers come up and get. This would probably be the time, right? This is the time for Darnell Washington. And Mr. Corey says Darnell Washington has fallen because of a knee injury. This could be the Darnell Washington time. You need to get weapons for your young quarterback. You trade up. Washington has made it this far, and you go ahead and you grab your tight end. Now this would be a shot to do that. So potentially that's what's going on. But lots of talent still available on the board. Darnell Washington available here as we're 19 picks away. And let's see what we got. We got Darnell Washington. We got Adebawore. We got Kylie Ringo. DeJuan Jones is still there. Niners won't go there. Riley Moss would be a possibility for the 49ers. Jair Brown. Diane Henley, even though I don't think they're going to go with a cornerback. We still have Darius Rush available, who a lot of people thought. Jordan Battle, the safety out of Alabama. I think those guys are available. And then, of course, the tackles that everyone's been talking about, Blake Freeland, Wanya Morris, still available. Terrell Smith out of Minnesota, the Niners met with. He's a cornerback. So there's still guys, available now. Of course, on my big board, there's plenty of guys, that the 49ers could still draft. Horse asking me about Henry Teotu from Bama. I know I'm saying his name wrong. I like him. I think he's a good, solid player, and I think someone's going to get a good pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see him end up going to New England at some point. At least that's what I thought. But then he, of course, they went Marte Mapu. But I don't think the 49ers are going to go linebacker. You have a guy that's going to play, 18% of your snaps? I just don't think so. I think they have Oren Burks, who helps on special teams. Same with Flanagan Fowles. But I like the player overall. Mr. Corey says, what about Eli Ricks? I love Eli Ricks. He's on my big board. I would love for the 49ers to be able to grab him. As far as cornerbacks, him, Caillou Blue Kelly, I really like out of Stanford. I think those guys would make a lot of sense for the 49ers. Eli Ricks. And then there's still a bunch of safeties, and we've been talking about the NFL doesn't value safety as much. And I'm going through looking, and you got Jamie Robinson still available. You got Trey Dean, Christopher Smith, Jair Brown. All those guys still available. Pretty solid players. And as far as later on, you're going to have Jay Ward, another linebacker I like. If we get later into the draft and he still falls as Dorian Williams. So there's some dudes still available. I think where it got thin real quick was edge. I think the Rams saw once Zach Harrison fell that they needed to go up and get Byron Young, and they did it. They jumped from 89 up and, gave up. They had definitely acquired enough picks to go ahead and do that. So the Carolina Panthers pick is in. We'll see what they end up doing here and see who falls off our board and who's still going to be available when the 49ers pick in 19 picks. So here goes DJ Johnson. So another edge guy off the board. DJ Johnson is gone to Carolina. So the run on edge rushers continues. DJ Johnson, I had ranked a little bit behind Isaiah McGuire, but he was on my board and he is gone. So, I mean, it's another guy the 49ers had met with. So the run on edge rushers, they saw it. Zach Harrison went, they're like, oh no, we got to start going and getting these guys. And Carolina goes up and gets their guys. So Zach Harrison, Byron Young, and DJ Johnson all go within the last 5 picks. And, now we're gonna have to start getting into some of these deeper edge rush guys what we were talking about. So I did an edge rush gym video because I really had the understanding. And look at that, Jonathan Mingo and DJ Johnson, both guys who were super high on here. So very good picks by Carolina. They're doing a good job drafting. And that was a very, very solid pick. And Horst says DJ is from Sacramento. So there you go, DJ Johnson from Sacramento. A great pick. And, I mean, as far as edge rushers go, Adebawore is available. And Isaiah McGuire, my number 1 edge rusher on the board, that's still available. So we'll see what happens here as we continue to go through and who these guys end up getting. I don't know. It's interesting. So we're on pick 81. So 18 picks left. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock right now. Who is available for everyone to see? So we still got Darnell Washington. Kind of like a broken record at this point. So Adebawore, yeah, there's still a lot of really good players, but I think edge rusher, which I think is a definite need for the 49ers, definitely has been thinned out over the last 10 picks. And so they're either going to have to reach or they're going to have to, wait or find another direction. It could be that they're not as interested if they're going Chase Young. If they go Chase Young and maybe they were thinking about it, it might push them in that direction. Of course, a lot of people would be super high on Yaya Diaby. So if you're high on Yaya Diaby and he's still on the board, you're probably just sitting back comfortable, like, it's okay, but we can get Yaya. To me, I wasn't as huge on Yaya as some. If 49ers take him, great. But I just thought it didn't translate to film. You saw the freakiness as far as testing, but when you watch it on film, it wasn't able to disengage, some of those things. So the fact that DJ, and all these guys went ahead of him doesn't really surprise me one bit. So I'm curious to see what happens here with the Tennessee Titans, because now we are losing people kind of on the 49ers board and who they would like to take. So we'll see what's happening. Jason McCourty up in the house, getting ready to make some announcements. I always think it's interesting when they give like these long things. Like, dude, just do the pick, man. Do the pick. I just want to know who they're picking so we can roll on to the next one. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's do this. And the pick is... You guys know, put it in chat because my thing froze for a second, so you guys might know before me. Jesus is taking forever. Wow. Come on, McCarty. Let's go. Let's go, McCordy. Just make the pick, man. Very curious. Hopefully Tampa Bay's pick comes in really fast. We got Tampa Bay at 82. Tyjae Spears out of Tulane. Solid pick from the Tennessee Titans. Ran Carthon, finding a guy that fits the system very, very good. Could have done without all of the hoopla around it. Just read the pick. I think that's the interesting part about some of this. Tyjae Spears definitely fit what is going on from these teams. So super excited about him going off the board. He doesn't really fit what the 49ers, were going to do. They weren't going to draft a running back this high, even though he would have been a nice fit for the 49ers as far as scheme. Just you're not really going to take those guys in this category. So Tyjae Spears goes off the board. Another guy off the top 75. I did have him on there just because of the 49ers affinity for running backs. I felt like if he fell into the fourth round, I could see the 49ers potentially going that direction. Ultimately, they did not. But we'll see. We'll see where they go next. Players still available for the 49ers. Kai Blue Kelly, Jalen Duncan, Braden Daniels, Carl Brooks, Josh Wyo, Isaiah McGuire, Jamie Robinson, Wanya Morris, Jordan McFadden, Blake Freeland, and Eli Ricks, Christopher Smith, Jair Brown. All those guys are still available. Darius Rush. So plenty of really talented players as Dexter Jackson approaches to give the call. We'll see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do here with this pick. Nice Macho Man costume there, Buccaneers fan. So we'll see ultimately what they decide to do. And Yaya Diaby goes off the board. So Yaya gone. So I mean, if you were like, well, we still got Yaya. Yaya's gone. So he's off the board and unavailable. And edge rush, definite problem right now as far as depth. Isaiah McGuire on the board, Adibari on the board. But you got to start worrying if you're the 49ers, if you need edge rush help, you got to start worrying about getting passed by Isaiah McGuire. He's probably the last one there for a stretch. And then there's a pretty good stretch there where you're looking for a very talented edge rusher. You could get it, another one later. The value is probably in the 5th round, so you're going to have to reach, to get another guy. So Yaya Diaby is gone. And we'll see. We'll see what happens with the rest of the guys and see who the 49ers are able to get, who's going to be available. Pretty good draft for Tampa Bay. Clay Akansi going to do big things in the interior. Cody Mock, the guard, fantastic. And then Diaby on the outside. Diaby's going to have some development. He's got a lot of physical traits and skills that I think that they really like, but he's going to have to do some things. Denver's going to be making the pick now, and then Miami, and then the Chargers. And we're getting close. 16 picks away from the 49ers making their next selection and being able to, get a guy that fits what they want. But a lot of edge rushers have went in this last stretch, and it went from looking extremely promising for the San Francisco 49ers to being, a little bit more stressful. So Broncos pick is in. We'll be waiting to hear on that. But along the way, I'm looking at my board. Still a lot of names on there, but a lot of the top end names are kind of coming from a couple of positions. Edge rush is definitely one of the ones you're struggling with. But if you're looking for guys that play in the secondary, there's a lot of talent for secondary. And then there's a lot of, guys that are available as far as, backup offensive linemen in year one. Traffic says, no, I feel like a kid on Christmas acting happy watching my siblings open presents while I'm waiting to open mine. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what's happened. There's been a lot of really, really good football players that have gone off the board, and the 49ers are sitting here waiting. And you knew that was going to be the case. You made the move for Christian McCaffrey, and you knew that could have an effect, on your draft, but you're not going to get anyone in this value. That is what McCaffrey is. So it's tough, but they're still going to get a really good football player. And we'll see who that ends up being here at 99. And maybe it could all be flipped upside on its head with a announcement about Chase Young. If that was to happen, I think that would change the thoughts of all 49er fans if that was to come to fruition and the 49ers were able to pick up, a player like a Chase Young. So lots of interesting stuff happening in the NFL. There's been a ton of trades over the last 2 days. None of them involving the 49ers. The 49ers talked about this before. They were extremely active in trades in drafts, before. Last year they made none. So there's still really good picks available, really good players available for the 49ers. And I'm curious what they do. I'm also curious if we get to pick 99 and Darnell Washington is still on the board, would they be willing to go that direction and bring in Darnell Washington? Is the talent at some point, right, is going to outweigh? And I know Mr. Corey's talking about the injuries, and that's always a huge concern. But at some point, right, the talent outweighs the concerns. And then you have to go ahead and make that pick and make that direction. So the Broncos are about to pick, and we'll see what they do, and then we'll get a good idea. Miami is a team that drafts, very similar to the 49ers. So any players that are 49er offensive, direction players, then you have to sort of worry about them being, gone. So here we go. Denver Broncos are about to make a pick, and then we'll get there. Travis, I do got to say, I was happy to see the Texans trade up yesterday. I see Ryans actually get a fair shot and get a good team under him to coach. Yeah, I like that too. Getting the quarterback and the edge rusher was really, really good. So I like that for sure. So Riley Moss just got drafted, so he's off the board. So I mean that's not too surprising. Good football player. Sort of the area at which it looked like he was going to be a guy that was going to go off the board. So Riley Moss is gone. It's interesting. The Broncos, are on here. They listed him as safety. We know he did a lot at corner at Iowa. So a good football player. I'm sure he was on the 49ers board. He's gone, and they'll be, going in different directions. But another solid player for sure that the 49ers, could have drafted. So other secondary players are still available. Kaibu Kelly is definitely somebody. Jamie Robinson, Eli Ricks, Christopher Smith, Jair Brown, Darius Rush, really good football players are still available. So the Broncos take Riley Moss, and he's a very fluid athlete, athletic, and he's going to be headed out to Denver. And Miami's pick is in, and let's see what they do. If they go offense, it's probably going to be somebody the 49ers would normally target. So I am curious to see what it is. I'm always curious when them, the Rams, the Jets, the Texans pick, because it often fits what the 49ers do. Oh, Devin Akeen, he is freaking fast. So that's a really, really good pick. They already got speed out there with Raheem Mostert, and they add probably one of the fastest running backs in the entire draft. So they predicated on speed out there in Miami, and they add more speed. Very, very good pick. I liked watching him a lot. The speed is really evident on film. Absolutely quick. So good move by them for sure. I think that, that was a solid move and a kind of a Miami move. Like, this is what they do. This is the type of moves that they make. And, now here we are at pick 85, and the 49ers are 14 picks away. So we're within striking distance of what they're going to do. And we're going to have the LA Chargers picking, and followed by the Baltimore Ravens. Those are the next two picks. As we inch closer to the 49ers, been sitting here for, 2 days waiting for the 49ers to make a pick. And so far, they haven't really done anything yet. So we didn't get a trade up. We haven't got no news on the Chase Young front. Would have loved to hear anything about that, but nothing yet so far. So I'm just curious, what the next pick is going to be, and who's going to come off the board, because every single time there's a pick, it seems like we just get another person that we are very high on that goes off the board. And we want the 49ers to get the best possible players, and the best possible players involve, some of these guys, including like Isaiah McGuire. He's available. So excited about potential of McGuire. Chargers pick Dayan Henley out of Washington State. So that's who they're going to get. So that linebacker is off the board. So good, solid selection for them. So next up will be Baltimore at 86. And then we're going to go Minnesota and Jacksonville. So we're getting close. We're getting closer all the time to the 49ers making their selection. This is a good one. Extremely athletic linebacker, can run sideline to sideline. Former wide receiver has got to get a little bit better in physicality, but we see the Chargers adding talent to their defense. They know they have to be able to run and stop the Kansas City Chiefs. So they made a pretty good pick there. I like it overall. And the Baltimore Ravens are going to be up next. I believe their pick is in. So as soon as it is announced, we'll catch it. Brad Jones says, did you catch Jed York's tweet? No, I did not. What did he say? What did Jed York say? I've been on Twitter too. And I've been going off and on trying to catch what, is going on. But I'm following Jed York and the whole thing. Jed York said, so apparently there's a draft going on. Who knew it started yesterday? Well played, Jed York. That's pretty fantastic. Good catch, Brad. Oh, I need that in my life right now. This is the part where when you're waiting so long for picks, we're over 3.5 hours that we've been on live, that you start to kind of be like, all right, I need some humor in my life. I need some stuff. And Baltimore's on the clock here at pick 86. We haven't lost too many players left. Still players 7 through 16 on my big board are available. So that's good. Big Bird, what's up, Big Bird? Says, are you surprised how much Darnell Washington is sliding? I am. One of the other listeners, Mr. Corey, said it's because of his knee injury. But I mean, the size and everything, just I'm kind of surprised someone didn't take a shot at him now that we're getting towards the end of the third round. All that talent and ability, the dude's a beast. So I think at some point someone's gonna grab him. But I definitely am surprised that he slid. I think once he got to the third round, I thought someone would just take a chance on it, but it does happen. Brad says, haha, Ravens only have 4 picks left in this draft. Niners have 11. LOL. Yeah, entering the day, the Niners were tied for most picks left in the draft with 11. And all of them start from 99. So it's like the value of the picks is not the most, but number of picks is pretty good. So the Niners are, once we start picking at pick 99, it's going to get pretty exciting. We're going to make 3 picks in the third round. We have to wait through the fourth, 3 picks in the fifth round, 1 pick in the sixth, and then the seventh round, as is rapid fire, the 49ers will make a few picks. So if they stick to picking all 11 picks, it's going to get pretty excited once we get to 99. And Big Bird says Raiders go 2 tight ends today. He is from Vegas. Doubling down on tight end. Yeah, those were both good. Michael Mayer was solid. I think they got Kraft as well. Or was it Musgrave? No, Michael Mayer, right? Michael Mayer and Kraft. Yeah, it was pretty solid. So, good deal there. And so the pick is in for Baltimore. We'll see how they end up going about this. And I mean, we'll see. I'm curious how quickly we're going to go through these next several picks. It felt like last year, once we got to pick 90, the last 15 picks were just crazy fast. So I'm curious if that is the case again this time. But Baltimore, then Minnesota, then Jacksonville are the next 3 up to make picks. And we'll see how they go. Oh, the 49ers just traded up, everyone. So if you're here, 49ers have just traded up to pick 87. So the 49ers are going to be on the clock next. So here you go. The 49ers are definitely making a move to come up and do something. I don't know what they've given up, but I'm watching the ticker, and the 49ers are now the next up after the Ravens. So the 49ers are about to do something here in a second. After the Ravens pick, 49ers are going to make a move. They still have, it looks like they still have 99, and they still have 101. So maybe they did something with 102. We're going to find out, but 49ers are on the clock after the Ravens pick here that's being read by Torrey Smith. And Ronnie says, with the cap space created by restructuring, do you see the team bringing in another vet? Absolutely. I don't think that they would have made a move to free up cap space without potentially making a trade or bringing in a veteran to use that money. There was no need to. So let's see what they do after this. So Trenton Simpson, the corner or the linebacker out of Clemson is been drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. That's a good place for him. Very happy for him. He'll fit in nice there. And so the 49ers have all kinds of players on the board. They felt they needed to trade up to get someone. They still have picks 99 and 101. So they're still slated to make 3 picks here, but they're on the clock for pick 87, the Dwight Clark number, right? So this one's going to be fun. Curious what they do here. Who's it going to be, everyone? Let me know in chat who you think the 49ers are going to select now that they've jumped up into that area. Yeah, now they've gotten to 87. Who are the 49ers going to take with this pick? I mean, if you're talking about edge rush, the number one guy, right? You got they could go Adebawore. I never thought he was going to be available. Isaiah McGuire, the pick's already in for the 49ers. Who's it going to be? This is going to be spectacular. Traffic is excited. So the 49ers did give up pick 102. So 102 is gone as part of this trade. I don't know what else they gave up yet. I will continue to try to find out what the trade ends up. If you guys find out, let me know. Then we can find out exactly, what the 49ers gave. So the 49ers have traded up, which is great. But I don't know exactly what the 49ers gave up yet. At some point, I'm sure it will be processed. And the selection is coming up. Here comes Joe Staley. Love seeing Staley, 87. So we didn't have to wait till 99. 49ers are about to make their selection. This is going to be exciting. I'm definitely pumped. Been waiting for this moment. Here we go. Jair Brown, safety from Penn State. So the 49ers do go safety early in this draft. 49ers get one of their guys. Absolutely fantastic. Jair Brown is now a San Francisco 49ers safety. And they're bringing in a guy who plays free safety. Jair Brown was thought to be gone by the time the Niners picked for 99. So everyone's going to be super pumped that the Niners went out and got a free safety that definitely fits the bill. He's able to help in the run game. This is a 49ers guy, everybody. So this is absolutely fantastic. Well played by them. What a great move by the San Francisco 49ers getting Jair Brown. He's a solid pickup. Well executed by the 49ers moving up and getting a guy that fits what they want to do. And they still have 2 picks left today. But now they got Jair Brown and they've insulated themselves. Hey, you got 2 safeties this year. Next year you need someone to roll with Talanoa Hufanga, and it's going to be Jair Brown. Jair Brown and Hufanga are going to be very solid for the 49ers in the next several years. So very good pickup by them. Flying, it was one that you were wondering, are you going to take a secondary guy? And they did it. So big time. Love it. Michael Humphrey, you were right. You said DB. You were on it. Everyone's excited. Mr. Corey says, I saw everyone mocking him to us. Freddie McDray says, finally, ball hawk. So do we like this pick from Brad Jones? I like it. I think it was solid. This is exactly the category and area that he was going to be able to go. He's good in run support. He's a free safety. He can play with Hufanga. I think he'll come in and learn for 1 year, and then next year he will take the helm. We'll probably see him on the field a little bit this year. Then him and Hufanga will roll together. So solid pickup for the 49ers. And there you go, making moves, trading up, making sure you make something happen. And you gave up 102. I don't know exactly what else they gave up in the trade, but now Tank Bigsby goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But the 49ers get their guy, Jair Brown. Not afraid to attack. Didn't want to miss out on Jair Brown, but they traded up and they got their guy. And I think that's okay. So the 49ers gave up 102, 164, and 222. The 49ers gave up a lot to move up to pick 87. So they moved up 12 spots and gave up their 3rd round pick, a 5th round pick, and a 7th round pick. So the 49ers definitely gave up a lot here to to go up and get Jair Brown. They must have felt that this was a lot of talent that they couldn't afford to miss on. So Jair Brown to the 49ers, but they definitely gave up a lot there. Yeah. Woo. That's a lot. That's a lot. 164, I would have liked to have 222. I'm okay with that. Didn't feel like they didn't dip into the next years. Maybe they could later. So potentially, and then Brad says, I reckon they are moving back from 99 or 101. They definitely could. I mean, they could dip into next year too if they felt there was a player they wanted to get. The odds of a player drafted in the 7th round, making your football team are probably not pretty good, but they still have 2 5th-round picks. So the 49ers went from having 11 picks before the trade. They had plenty of draft capital to do what they needed to do, and they did it. So picks 164 and 222 are the picks that go in the swap. So it was 102 is you're swapping 102 for 87, and then you're giving them 2 picks along the way. So it was something they felt they needed to do, but they get Jair Brown, and that's a solid move for sure. And the Rams are up, right? So the Rams might have been trying to go that direction. The 49ers knew they needed to jump somebody. Big Bird says Raiders had met with Brown, and he was at the top of their list. So, he's a good football player. I think he's fun. Freddie McDray says giving up a 5th is not great. That's where we hit the biggest. Yeah, the good news is we still have 2. So we have 155 and 174, or 173 that you have. So you can still use those picks, and they do hit good in the 5th. They could also take another one of their 7s, couple it with the 6th, and move into the 5th if they wanted. So we'll see what they do. But they are being aggressive here, making sure they get their guy. They did not want to miss on Jair Brown. And so the 49ers address safety. And we've been calling it for, a couple years now for the 49ers to address safety. So what that means is other safeties that, I had on my list are probably pointless in having now. Those guys are going to end up coming off the board and not be options for the 49ers. And that's good. I wanted to make sure they got it. Michael Humphrey says pick 99. The Chase Young trade is next. Stay tuned. That would be interesting. So we're 10 picks away from that, and the Rams pick is in. But when you're talking about Jair Brown and what he's going to add to this football team, he's going to come in and compete right away. And, you've got a good veteran secondary, but you've got some young players too. You got to be excited about, Charvarius Ward is still young. Diamro Lenore is still young. Talanoa Hufanga is young. These are players that you're building around, and now you add Jair Brown to it, and he does the things that you want him to do. He fits the bill, and he's coming in with Steve Wilks, and Steve Wilks is a guy that loves secondary, and he felt like this was a great pick. So I'm loving the pick overall. I'm a huge fan of getting him Jair Brown to the San Francisco 49ers. It's not a huge cost. You only moved up 12 picks. So to me, the draft class is still really cheap. It's a win-win situation, and the 49ers have 2 picks left. It could be like, as been said in chat, maybe the 49ers do plan on trading back from one of those picks. That's ultimately what I thought they were going to do. With all the edge rushers going off the board, they, minus it being a Chase Young or signing a free agent, they need to draft an edge rusher like Isaiah McGuire here in the next, 10 picks, 99 or 102 or 101. They're going to have to take advantage of. So Kobe Turner goes off the board, and someone had just talked to me about Kobe Turner earlier today. I like Kobe Turner. He has a really good motor, big and physical on the interior defensive line. Solid pick for the Rams. He's going to be a guy that eats up blockers. So they're definitely making sure they're drafting for the future. He's got some ability. I did see him as somebody that's kind of a chase guy. So he, instant ability to get past you is not there, but he has the hustle to be able to run you down and to make plays. So I think Kobe Turner's a solid selection for the Rams. Interior defensive line, they went Byron Young earlier. So they're making some good moves as they look to build for the future. I think with the Rams, it's less about this year and it's more about the next, couple years. So solid pick by them. And Big Bird says, do you feel Brock Purdy magic for those 7th round picks tomorrow? I mean, the odds of you getting a 7th round pick that's going to be able to make your 53-man roster like the 49ers talented roster is not high. I think you're getting guys that have what you think can be an upside or can eventually develop. You put them on your practice squad, and the way practice squads are used now with 16 players, you're looking for guys that can eventually develop to be on your team, which they've done before, like Emmanuel Mosley and Azeez Al-Shire, guys like that. But I mean, the odds of getting another guy that has Brock Purdy, impact from the 7th round, not extremely high. See, Matt Burgo says Brown 2022, 74 total tackles, 4.5 sacks, 4 picks, solid production. It was great. Jair Brown's a very solid player, and the ability to play free safety and kind of cover everything, all the ground, and still be able to come up and be good in run fits is good. And DeMarvion Overshown goes to the Dallas Cowboys. DeMarvion Overshown is a player that I was definitely a fan of, but I knew the 49ers were going to go linebacker, so I didn't put him high on my list. I do believe I did put him on my list, though. So solid pick for the Cowboys. Stays in Texas. Pretty good player. I like the way he flashed on film. Anthony says good selection. Yeah, that's a good selection that you got with the defensive tackle Turner. He's good. That was a solid move, and I think that he's going to be a solid interior defensive presence, especially against the run, probably early on, and we'll see if he can develop the pass rushing ability as he continues to develop. But yeah, solid move overall. And if the 99 goes for Chase Young, Michael Humphrey, that's going to be an exciting end of this stream. I'll tell you that much. That would be absolutely fantastic. Matt Burgo says Brown has questionable speed. Might have to move him to strong safety. No, it's kind of what they do, right? I mean, this is one of those things when you look at the 49ers roster, their safety room is not predicated on speed. Talanoa Hufanga, not really fast. It's not really what they have to worry about. Even when they had Jaquiski Tart, not terribly fast, but they used him in kind of a switch role where he could play free safety and strong safety. So 49ers defense and the way they play zone, it's not predicated on speed. And so I don't worry about Jair's speed at all. In fact, I was okay with them taking a guy that would run like a 4.7. So I'm not worried about him moving to strong safety. Talanoa Hufanga is the strong safety of the future, and I think Jair Brown's going to be the free safety next to him. Buffalo Bills are about to make a selection at pick 91. We're about to have some fun with that. We'll see where they end up going. They had earlier getting Dalton Kincaid. That was a great move. We'll see if they end up making another good. Oh, they got Dorian Williams. So Dorian Williams is one of the linebackers I like. So I did have Dorian Williams on my list. I did not think the Niners would go linebacker early, but I thought, hey, if he's available in the 4th or 5th round, maybe they would think about going that direction. He was a fun guy to watch on film. And now that you've seen DeMarvion Overshown go, someone was like, oh, okay, I need to get my linebacker. The Buffalo Bills looking to replace some linebackers, go that direction. And he's a fun guy to watch. And he did pretty good. He's definitely plays well against the run, decent against the pass. I think he could develop more in the passing game. But definitely a guy that the Bills can be happy to have for sure. But when we're talking about secondary, when it comes to the safety position, Hufanga and Tishawn Gibson, neither one of them extremely fast, did such a great job in that 49er secondary. George Odom, not predicated on speed. They signed Miles Hartsfield. Will he be playing safety? I think that's a question. And then they got the guy that I like out of San Diego State, the undrafted free agent last year, Taylor Hawkins. So, yeah, I mean, the 49ers don't really think safety is the way to go. Kansas City Chiefs looks like they traded or they made a trade. But either way, something's about to go down. The Kansas City Chiefs are about to make a pick as they've jumped up to number 92. Yeah. Matt says people have been picking up linebackers early this year. It's a little surprising because linebacker is another one of those positions that's not extremely as valuable as it used to be. Cornerback is become more cornerback and kind of that nickel corner safety guy, because nickels are on the field about 70% of the time, and your base linebacker group is on the field, 18 to 20, depending on, what kind of sub packages you're running. And so that means there's just not as much value for like a third linebacker. So like for the 49ers, for instance, you have Fred Warner and you have Drake Greenlaw, which is great. So that means the third linebacker is not as important. Now you need a guy in case one of those guys go down with injury, but you can have young guys that are developing that play that 18 to 20% of snaps. And, as long as they are good against the run, that's really what you need, because the truth is they're only in on the base downs, and they're off the field in sub packages. Matt says always good to have a competitive secondary. Yeah, couldn't agree more. You want to make sure you bring guys in, and the 49ers did that in free agency. It was kind of nice, see them go out and attack free agency, and bring in other guys that could definitely compete. And they did that, and I that's always the direction you want to go, is make sure you have that. But as far as, guys that can help, also, we don't know what Isaiah Oliver is he going to be the nickel corner, or could he play safety? He played safety some last year at Atlanta. And then you got a player like Quantrez Knight, and Quantrez Knight, undrafted free agent out of UCLA last year. He's not big, but man, the guy can fly around and make plays. Very instinctual. I like him at nickel, but I could see them, flirting with him a little bit at free safety as well. So Kansas City's on the clock. Of course, it's the home crowd, so they're doing their stuff to kind of build up the moment and have a lot of fun with it. So we'll see who the Kansas City Chiefs end up picking here as they're about to go up and make their selection. Very curious, as we are at pick 92. We got Arizona, Cincinnati. Arizona's picking twice. Wow. Washington, Cleveland before the 49ers pick. So Pitt, Arizona twice, Cincinnati, Washington, and Cleveland. And then the 49ers pick, and the 49ers sandwich the Las Vegas Raiders with picks. I'm curious where they ultimately go with it. And I got to eat more tots. Let's see what they do. Pick 92 is in. And with the pick, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanya Morris. Woo! Man, I like Wanya Morris. He was on the board. He was a guy that the 49ers definitely would have been very excited to have. Solid player, good technique, could get a little bit better in that area, a little bit better in anchoring. But, you put another 10 pounds on him, I felt like you'd have been able to anchor at the next level. But the Kansas City Chiefs, they know talent, and they've got to replace 2 offensive tackles and Wanya Morris. That's why they jumped up and traded up to make sure they got him. Arizona looking for offensive line help, 49ers looking for offensive line help. So solid move for the Kansas City Chiefs, and they get a good one. There's a tremendous amount of value for Wanya Morris here. So Wanya Morris has been thought to kind of be in this range, and that's ultimately where he goes. Freddie Mac Dre says Q Knight is a baller. He is. I like him a lot. Dude's a stud, and he's just a nice guy. Last year at training camp, went out there and met Q Knight, and he was just a good dude. He was very nice to the kids, signed autographs for a long time. So, yeah, he's one of the guys that I'm a definite huge fan of, and I'm hoping he makes a lot of plays. Mr. Corey says that's the end of the road for Wanya Morris going to the 49ers. Well played, Mr. Corey. 6'5", 307, got the size for this level. I actually think he needs to put on a little bit of weight to be able to anchor at the next level. I don't think it's a lot, 5, 7, 10 pounds. Depending on what his frame can handle. I think that would help him in being able to anchor. I think that's one of his worries. Also, he has a couple of technique flaws that make him a third-round pick and not higher, but solid talent. And I think that Andy Reid is one of the best at locating talent and coaching talent on the offensive line. He's the one that got Creed Humphrey. So I think Wanya Morris is in a good situation. And I think he's going to do a really good job in Kansas City. So solid pick. He's going to be good for them. I wonder how quickly he's going to be expected to get on the field, but I think he's got depending on who they got for him to compete, he's got the potential to, to start. And I don't know if he would have beat out Colton McKivitz, but he's definitely pretty good. Matt says he ran a 5.1. Good God, is that normal nowadays? Yeah. I mean, that's actually, for some offensive linemen, slow. Most guys are running, 4.9, 5 flat. I mean, there's some of the guys that go away, higher than that, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of the norm now is anywhere around 5 flat or just underneath it are kind of where the elite offensive linemen are. Any run that's ran a sub 5.40 has ended up being a very good player in the NFL. So speed, as far as offensive linemen, for whatever reason, translates into good offensive line play. And that's why, Blake Freeland, he ran a 4.9 at 302 pounds. So I think that the talent is there for some of these guys. Will it always translate? I think as it becomes more of the norm that these guys are this big and running that fast, I think it's inevitable that sometimes the guys aren't going to work out, but for the most part, it's translated. Matt Burgo says, fun fact, he's named after Boyz II Men member Wanya Morris. Yeah, Mr. Corey hit me with that earlier with the end of the road. And I didn't catch up on the reference. And so he went ahead and reminded me that Wanya Morris is the name of the Boyz II Men singer on End of the Road. It's very well played. Very well played. Matt says with these picks, the most likely have to compete to earn a spot. Which position do you think is the toughest to compete for besides quarterback? I think the toughest to compete for is tight end. Reason being, it's one of the hardest positions for a college player to transition to. The expectations of a NFL tight end compared to a college tight end are definitely different. You don't normally see rookie tight ends come in and have huge impacts. It's usually in year 2, year 3 that you see these tight ends come on the scene. Also, what's expected from tight ends in college, as far as most of them are split out wide or playing off ball, not expected to play inline and block, makes the transition a little bit more difficult. Also, you have those guys out in the slot, they're out blocking corners and safeties, and you put them in line, now they've got to block defensive ends and linebackers. So I think it's a hard transition there. Plus, usually there's one really good tight end on almost every single team in the NFL, and so it just makes it a little bit tougher. Darnell Washington, tight end from Georgia, just went to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there's a tremendous value of a massive, huge tight end going this late. And so 4'6" at 264 pounds, that's an absolute beast. So the Pittsburgh Steelers getting a very, very talented player here late in the process. And so Arizona is on the clock. They're going to be picking 2 of the next 3 picks are going to be from Arizona. Then, interesting enough, Washington is picking Cleveland and then San Francisco. Minnesota is going to finish up the 3rd round now that the 49ers traded away the pick earlier in the trade to go up to pick 87. So this is a great pick, and Darnell Washington goes off the board, and he's probably the most obvious of the players available that should have probably been gone already. Of course, the knee injury, from all accounts, is the reason why. But, I mean, he's just a massively huge individual. So, I mean, good pick. Arizona's pick is already in at pick 94. 49ers have some options as far as edge rush. They went safety already. So, if you're going edge rush at 99, there's still players on the board. I think Adibare is still a guy if they think he could play off the edge. I don't know if he's exactly what they were looking for. They could also, go other directions, but Isaiah McGuire is still available. So we'll see. We'll see who they value if they decide to go edge rush. This, of course, says Brown is basically like Jimmy Ward. I think he's got versatility, position versatility. I'm not going to put him in that category because Jimmy Ward could legit, when he came into the pros, cover like a corner. I mean, it didn't always work out great, but I mean, that Trim Bulky tried to move him to corner because of that ability. Michael Wilson goes off the board. Solid pick by Arizona Cardinals. Michael Wilson was a good player and he is off the board. He would have been a receiver that I'd be willing to take. So, I mean, now to me on my board, there's no wide receivers until late. So pretty much all the wide receivers that should have gone in this category are gone. Pretty interesting. You see, let me double check and make sure I didn't miss anyone, because who knows? There could be somebody that I missed. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now. As far as wide receivers go, it's going to be a long wait before the 49ers go, potentially go get a wide receiver. So I don't think wide receivers now happening in the next 2 picks. It's more likely other positions. So here we go. We got Arizona picking, and then Cincinnati, then Detroit, then Washington, then Cleveland. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Cincinnati's pick is in. Detroit will be on the clock. Curious what the 49ers do with pick 99. Blake Freeland is still available. So, yeah, he's still available for sure. Freddie McDray says, is Perry gone? Perry. Sorry, I'm going blank on who you're looking for. Let's see. Bengals are about to pick. Just a second. Yeah, Blake Freeland is definitely still available. Rashawn Johnson is still available. So both of those guys are still available. If those are definitely guys that you can get. So A.T. Perry from Wake Forest is still available as well. So those are all those guys you asked about. Freddie McDray are still available as of right now, and could be potentials for the 49ers to target. So we're about to get an announcement on the Bengals pick at 95. So you'll have 96 Detroit, 97 Washington, 98 Cleveland, and then the San Francisco 49ers at pick 99. So definitely getting closer to the Niners having those couple picks where they're going to make, a couple picks right in a row, and we're going to get to see, kind of what the direction was, and then all the talk about Chase Young, we'll get an idea. We'll see if they end up trading 99 or 101. I think it's the fact it hasn't happened yet is kind of interesting, to be honest with you, if it was going to happen. Guys getting some cheers, getting some love with the announcement. Always love to see when the fans give the support to some of these guys who are making the selections. That's always fun. A long card. I don't know if you guys saw the writing on the card, but there's a lot of stuff on there. Matt Burgos is wanting the kicker Moody. A lot of 49er fans want him too. The question is, where would you draft him, Matt? Where would you take Moody? That is a question. Jordan Battle, safety out of Alabama, goes off the board. Very, very solid. So Jordan Battle, he's a good player. He is now board. Available. The Niners already went safety, so it's not a big deal, but another player that the Niners don't have on the board. I'm glad they went safety. It means another player the 49ers have available. Freddie McDray says, if we could get Chase Young for a 5th, that would be a steal of the draft. I'm with you. I don't know what it's going to take to get Chase Young, but that would be fantastic. Matt says draft him just before everyone else. There you go. You want to take him just before. There's a couple good kickers, right? There's Ruggles and there's Ryland. I think there's a few kickers in this draft. Someone will probably go undrafted that the team really wanted to wait they could get. Randy says Battle seems way more decorated than Brown. Yeah, I think that's true. I think a lot of times, it depends on where you went to college, who you played for. Battle was the second safety on his team, so makes sense. Yeah, Bama, getting it. Broderick Martin, defensive tackle out of Western Michigan, goes here. So the Lions continue to go with front seven. I like the way they build. I think it's a good way to go. They've got some really, really good talent, and they keep adding to it. So solid move by the Detroit Lions. Always going, for front seven, and you get a guy, Broderick Martin, who's got a lot of ability to play in the interior and fits the scheme. You go for it. I mean, this guy's not a guy that's gonna rush the passer at a high level, but as far as stopping the run, he does it at a high level. So really, really nice pickup there, and making sure, like Matt Burgo said, fills a need. And you have to do that. And you look at the picks that they've made, they've been pretty much, hitting the guys that they need to hit. So Washington's pick is in. We'll see what Washington does. All the rumors about Chase Young all day long, but they're about to make a pick here. And then we'll have Cleveland and then the San Francisco 49ers for their pick 99, what was expected to be the 49ers' first pick. And, of course, now they made pick 87, so this will actually be their second pick of the night. Still slated to make 3 picks here on day 2 of the NFL draft. Ronnie Montoya says, let's get Freeland. Mr. Corey says DeJuan Jones or Freeland. I don't think DeJuan Jones fits the 49ers scheme. So to me, DeJuan Jones, I know he's massive, but 49ers have went away from having massive offensive tackles before. Worried about foot speed and things like that. There's always the chance, right? Aaron Banks changed his body, but how much are you going to ask a 380-pound guy to change his body when he's 6'8"? It's just interesting to me. Freeland, this is a spot now where it makes sense. I don't expect. I think if Freeland is drafted in the next two 49ers picks, he won't start in year 1. I think Colton McKivitz would beat him out. So I think if you're getting Freeland now, he's not someone that's going to make an impact on this season, barring injury from Colton McKivitz. So I think he would be a developmental talent. The athletic traits are there. But I can tell you right now, Nick Bosa, Drake Jackson, Cleveland Farrell, they would walk him back into the quarterback. He's just not physically strong enough right now. Having a 6'7", 302-pound frame, there's a lot that needs to be done as far as strength and leverage. And he could get there. But I think 99 through 102 was the location for him. So if they took him, I'd be okay for that. Freddie says Brown is more complimentary to Huff than Battle. I like that thought process. Matt Burgo says hope he develops and or pushes deep depth chart. Need more grit. I like what you did there. Fantastic. Randy Daytona says 2 Huffs is risky. I don't think he's a Huff. He can play. He has more of a feel playing the deep third and playing the zone coverage than Huff does. He's got a little bit more quickness than Huff does. To me, he's not a second Huff. I think he's not all the way Jimmy Ward. He's not all the way Huff. He's kind of like right in the middle. He's more of a younger Tayshaun Gibson. I think that's exactly the kind of guy they're going for, and I definitely think they found him. Freddie McDray says Jones has that crazy slow foot speed. I'm with you. I haven't been a huge fan of his. I liked it. He would swallow people in the Senior Bowl, but I worry about him play in and play out. Ronnie says Isaiah McGuire also would be nice. I like Isaiah McGuire too. If you're looking to go edge, this is the category. If you don't go edge right now, you're probably looking a little bit later on to find an edge rusher. So I would definitely like Isaiah McGuire right now. Freddie says we need impact players more than developing players. If that's the case, I probably wouldn't draft offensive tackle right now because I think, Jalen Duncan's still available. I think it's questionable whether he could start over Colton McKivitz. If you plan on moving Spencer Burford out then and making him a part of it, Braden Daniels would make a lot of sense right now. But you do have secondary guys. You could go with another corner. You win Jair Brown, but now you could go with a corner like Caillou Blue Kelly. He's available. Eli Ricks is still available. Those would be good ones. We talked about going other directions. There's also defensive tackles, Carl Brooks, You could go with Kobe Wooden. Those two guys could definitely be a rotational piece. For depth-wise, the defensive tackle, that could make an impact in year one because of the rotations. So Ricky Stromberg goes, center from Arkansas, solid pick from the Washington football team. And so, I always revert back to that. That was my favorite Washington, was the football team, but the Commanders. And then, there's other guys as well. Darius Rush, still available. McClendon Curtis. So if you're looking to go interior offensive line, you could do that. Tight end could also be a category. So they could easily go Isaiah McGuire with pick 99 and then go with one of the tight ends, whoever they have highest on their board. A lot of the tight ends have gone, but a lot of the ones that were thought to be there still are there. Josh Weil, Will Mallory, other guys that they've met with are all available at tight end. So there's definitely a lot of talent that they could go with. One of the guys earlier. Demario Douglas is early for him, but so if you need to go speed rush, you don't have to do it right now, but eventually Robert Beal would be an option for them. So, there's a tremendous amount of talent still allowed left in the draft. And Nick Saldiveri, you're looking, I see him as a guard. I know a lot of people see him as a tackle. He would be a possibility. So there's a lot of guys. I'm huge and high on Ryan Hayes, but I would be more high on him in the 5th round than getting him here. So, look at that. There goes one of Mr. Corey's guys again. Oh, sorry, Mr. Corey. Right in front of the 49ers pick at 99, you lose one of your guys. So I'm sorry about that. But that does mean the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. And this is going to be good news for the Niners. We're about to have 2 picks in the last 3. Finally, we're doing some damage. We had fun with the trade earlier, and now we're going to do some damage with these next 2 picks. Ronnie says Jed just tweeted, I heard. So let's see what's up with Jed. I have not heard anything about Jed York and what he said. So I'm gonna check it out because I do want to hear what Jed had to say. Jed had tweeted earlier and it was pretty funny. He's the player. Oh no. Jed York said, let's kick this draft off right. Does that mean they're taking a kicker? He said, let's kick this draft off right. Did they just take a kicker with pick 99? Wow. Well, let's see what they did. Let's see who they end up getting. 49ers selection. It's about to be read. We're about to find out who they ended up getting. Jake Moody, kicker. So they did draft a kicker at 99. Holy cow. I can't believe they drafted a kicker with pick 99. Ooh. All right. There you go. And when you're using a 3rd round pick on it, he's kicking. He's going to be making this football team. Jake Moody's going to be the kicker for the 49ers this season. There's just no way around it. I am so shocked that they drafted a kicker in the 3rd round. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I like Jake Moody. Don't get me wrong. I don't think I like taking kickers in round 3. Very interesting. Chris Furster. They're showing Chris Furster. Didn't really clap his hands, okay? Chris Furster wants an offensive lineman. Wow. Yeah. So Robbie Gould is gone. They traded for a kicker, but it looks like Jake Moody is going to be the kicker of the San Francisco 49ers. We do have pick 101 coming up. It's interesting. Freddie McDre, not happy, says, what the F? Lots of people hating on the Moody pick. It's pretty funny. And Randy Daytona doesn't like either pick. So not enjoying it. And Randy Daytona says, kick rocks, Robbie. He's officially gone. They traded for the kicker from Carolina. And then, and now they're going this direction. So this is shocking. Zane Gonzalez, I don't think you're going to be the kicker. I think Carolina is going to end up getting, giving that pick back to the 49ers because and minus Moody getting hurt, he's going to be the one doing the kicking for the San Francisco 49ers. If you'd have told me the 49ers picked Jake Moody in the 6th round, I would have been like, okay, great pick. But 3rd round pick 99 with all these guys left on the board, I don't know. I don't know. It's tough for me to get behind it, but they did it. I mean, there's no going back now, right? I mean, they've picked a kicker. And Marvin Rose says, should have been an offensive lineman. Mr. Corey said, I wanted Jake Moody, but not in the 3rd round. I think that's my sentiments exactly. Freddie McDray says 5 years, no first-round picks. I would take that to get Eddie D back. And Lou says at least it wasn't a running back. They still have another pick. Raiders are picking right now. They still have another pick, Lou. I hate to say that, but they do. So we'll see. Mr. Corey says the Eagles D-line will run over this offensive line. But the question was, who were you going to get right now? And I'm not defending 99 because, whatever. But I'm just saying, who were you going to get right now that was going to start, that was going to beat out Colton McKivitz? Not Blake Freeland, not Jalen Duncan. Like, they're just not. I mean, it's not that I think Colton McKivitz is like over the top great. I think he's serviceable. I think he's good, Mike. But I just don't think you're getting a value at this pick 99 that was going to be able to stop somebody from the Eagles. They're not going in there and stopping Brandon Graham. Colton McKivitz is your best chance. Colton McKivitz is the one that's went against Von Miller and a lot of these impactful defensive linemen. So to me, that was what it always was. Colton McKivitz is a starter, and there's just not enough value on the guys who are left to be able to take his starting job. Traffic says Jed York gotta be on the next episode of Impractical Jokers after that tweet and pick. As soon as somebody said it, I can't remember. I got to give credit to who it was, but as soon as somebody said it in chat, and I went and checked out his tweet, and it said kicking off the draft right, I thought, oh my gosh. And Michael Humphrey says 3rd round for a kicker. I need a 75-yard field goal in preseason game 1, right? That's how it feels. You're right. Marvin says, in truth, it's not a bad choice. He was the best kicker in college football last year. If your belief, right, is that he was going to get drafted by somebody else here, before you pick again, you don't pick again until 155, and you didn't feel like you could take the chance, you weren't comfortable with Zane Gonzalez being your kicker, you weren't a huge fan of Ruggles or Ryland, then you're right. You might have been backed into a corner where you had to make the pick. It is definitely a position of need after losing Robbie Gould. So there you go. Freddie McDray says McGuire was the pick to help edge. York's, we'll see it. And Lou says, way to spin it, and you got to do what you got to do, right? I mean, so the Raiders selection is in. We'll see what they do. Mr. Corsi, I don't necessarily mean this draft. I mean their lack of investment. That's fair then. Yeah, like with Wirfs, they decided to go Javon Kinlaw instead of Wirfs. You're right. It's tough. So Trey Tucker go from Cincinnati, gets picked by the Raiders. So the Raiders go wide receiver. The 49ers are for sure on the clock. Yeah, let's hope we get more Robbie Gould out of Moody than Mike Kofer. But the 49ers have definitely done it. There's going to be a lot of stuff to talk about in future episodes about 49ers special teams and kicker and how they value it. I mean, it definitely does save them some money as far as kicker. They were paying Robbie Gould almost $5 million a year. So they definitely save money there. That $5 million can definitely go to pay Brandon Ayuk and others. But here we go, pick 101. The 49ers definitely did not use any of their 3rd round picks for a Chase Young trade. So if they are trading for Chase Young, it's going to involve other picks, other players, next year's stuff. That's one thing for sure. So 49ers pick is in for 101. And Freddie McDray says, we are taking running back here. Ziggy says second coming of Sebastian Janikowski. Oh, geez. Kane Yar says, but is Warren happy with the pick? So here comes the Niners pick. Let's see what they do. Maybe they, redeem themselves in most people's eyes. Let's see what happens here. They pick Cameron Latou, tight end out of Alabama. So they went with an athletic tight end who could catch the ball. Definitely more in the Jordan Reed category, but they did get a tight end. So here we go. Cameron Latou, they met with him just recently in one of their 30 visits. So there you go. That's a pretty solid move. 49ers get Cam Latou. And so they drafted Cam Latou, Jair Brown, and Jake Moody. Woo. Moody at 99, Latou at 101. And we'll see what Minnesota ends up doing. So they don't go edge rusher at all. They got to have something going on, right? They got to have something going on. Yeah, and Mr. Corey says we weren't getting young with the scraps in this draft. You could be right. So there you go. I mean, we'll see what Minnesota does. Minnesota is about to end in the draft. In the day 2 of the NFL draft is about to be completed, and tomorrow is going to be fun. So before they do, just remember tomorrow I'm going to be on all day long. It starts at 9 a.m. So I'm going to be here at 8:50. 8:55, come through and let's have a fun conversation. Let's go through all the picks. The 49ers have 2 picks in the 5th round, 1 in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th now that they've made trades. So it'll still be an active rounds 4 through 7, and we'll see what they ultimately do. So come through. Midget compared to Seabass, a non-athletic tight end, seriously? People are not happy with the 49ers selections. I'm actually not a huge... I like Cameron Latou. I'm not against that pick. So, I mean, I thought that this was a possibility, right? You get somebody, we talked about it earlier, that's a pass catcher that can develop in the blocking game, and then you go out and you select another tight end that's more well-rounded later on. I think those are definitely categories they can do, but they've upgraded the tight end position, in my opinion. I think they got better. They needed another pass catcher behind George Kittle, and I think they did it. And Mekhi Blackmon, the cornerback out of USC, very, very good football player, is what the Minnesota Vikings do with the pick they got from the San Francisco 49ers. So solid pick for Minnesota. Really, really good. Marvin says, hope you have some help tomorrow, Ant. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to. We'll see. We'll see if I can get any of the guys to roll over and join me for any of the show tomorrow. But yeah, I'm really excited about tomorrow. I think it's going to be fun. We'll see if we get any more moments like today where everyone kind of goes, gets upset. Freddie's upset, ruined his Friday. Freddie's probably going to go, have some adult beverages after this. We're almost 4.5 hours into the stream. And yeah, the 49ers have done. So the 49ers, just to cap it off, traded up from 102 to 87, or gave up 102. They gave up 102, 164, and 222 to flip picks with the Minnesota Vikings to get safety Jair Brown. And then at pick 99, they took kicker Jake Moody. Jake Moody is going to be the kicker for the San Francisco 49ers in 2023 and beyond. And then with 101, they took Cameron Latou out of Alabama. So those are the picks. What's up, Twisted Clown? Says, I'm happy. Twisted Clown with the super chat. I'm happy no running back finally. Yeah, and Freddie, don't worry. It's not the replacement for Kittle. It's just a backup. That's all it is. Kittle is not going anywhere anytime. And I think that this is a solid guy to be behind him to make some plays. It's good. And so I'm really, really excited about, the 49ers picks tomorrow, day 3. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks everyone for coming through for the entire thing. Most of you guys were on here off and on throughout the entire 4.5 hour things. So I'm just excited. JLE says, just got home to see this. Oh yeah. Sorry, JLE. Right. It was crazy. But yeah, I mean, make sure if you're watching that you subscribe. If you haven't already, give the video a like. I really appreciate that. Share it out there. Let everyone know, that I was live and that I'll be live tomorrow as well for the rest of the draft, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And Brad Jones says, if you want to feel better about Jake Moody pick, just watch Rich Eisen's reaction off NFL Network. It genuinely felt better already. I'm going to go check that out too. Guys, I'm going to check out. I'm thankful for everyone that came through. Thank you guys so much for coming through and watching the stream and having fun with us. It was a lot of fun. I had a blast. Looking forward to tomorrow. Come through and join me. But until then, stay safe and remember the right way is always the 49ers way.